Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is trial day 30, if you count voir dire day. It is the defense case in chief. We are on defense or going into defense witness number 4. So we did 3 defense witnesses on Friday. I think we're going to do 3 defense witnesses today. Here's what I expect. I expect that we're going to do their pathologist and then the 2 ARCA defendants. So the 2 accident reconstructionist biomechanical engineers. So that's what I think we're going to see today. And then hopefully this desk is less stable than the last hotel. So if my camera is wiggly, it's because I am gesturing wildly. It's been an adventurous morning. I went to go put something outside my room as I was getting ready to go live, and the door got away from me and I locked myself out. So me with no shoes was motoring down to the lobby to get my key. So chats, apologies. Today was a bit out of my control. I'm just like, it's already been a morning. It's too early on the West Coast for this kind of bullshit. So I'm ready to go to court. I hope you're ready to go to court. Traveling is always an adventure. Court is always an adventure. When we get a break, we will talk a little bit about the weekend. I really just want to see what happens in court today. I'm hoping we get to closing arguments tomorrow. Like, let's fingers crossed that we get to closing arguments tomorrow. I don't know if the defense will rest today, but what, if any, rebuttal will the Commonwealth have? I don't know. Normally in rebuttal, you get the lead investigator, but do you think that's a good idea in this case? Like, I don't know about that. I'm going to see if I can, that window is what's so bright. Oh, well, we're going to either have light or we're going to have reflection, one of the two. So we're just going to roll with it. I can't believe after 30 days, this trial's almost done. Does it feel like it's speeding to a close to you? It kind of feels that way to me. So as we roll to court, we're going to start with the hear ye's, but first I'm going to roll the intro. Let's pray that my Wi-Fi is strong, that your Wi-Fi is strong, and that, the rest of the day at least goes kind of smoothly.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
I have already gained up the court audio, but let me do it one more time just in case, because court audio is critical. And hear ye. Oh, you know what we need to do? We need to
bring the jury.
We need to bring the jury. So let's go. Day 30.
Hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Dedham within and for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard.
Draw near.
Commonwealth of Massachusetts, this court is in session.
Give your attendance, and ye shall be heard.
Commonwealth versus
All right, good morning, all the lawyers.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Day 30. And it was sometime last week when the judge stopped saying hello to each and every lawyer and started just saying, good morning, lawyers. All right, we're going to speed her up as she asks those same 3 questions.
Follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Friday. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmative.
Great.
You're also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation.
I didn't do any independent research. I went to concerts.
Yes,
Well, I went to concert. I was supposed to go to concerts. The Midwest weather sometimes gets spicy, but all of that's on my Instagram stories if you guys want to see it. All right, this is going to be the defense pathologist. I'm not surprised it's Miss Little. Miss Little did the cross-examination on the state's pathologist. I think that's a really nice symmetry to have that lawyer presenting both types of evidence. A, because they're already prepped for it, and B, because in the jury's mind, they're like, oh, okay, you asked these good questions. If you remember from her cross-examination of the pathologist got to, everything is possible. You guys are saying court is still quiet.
I do.
There we go. Hopefully that is better. So this is the defense pathologist. Someone else can review the autopsy records, the photos, and everything else, and come to different conclusions. And that's what they're going to do today. I love her suit too, Chad.
Good morning, doctor.
Good morning.
better?
I'm going to ask you to, when you testify, sir, please speak into the microphone if you can, loud and clear.
Very well.
All right,
So,
thank you.
is it working?
It should be. All right, thank you.
Thank you for fondling the mic, sir. Not cemetery, symmetry. Chat is always witty. Symmetry. But also on her cross-examination, I mean, the state's pathologist had already said a number of things are possible. So the individuals that we have from the state have all said there's multiple possibilities. So with the multiple possibilities, doesn't that lead to a little bit of a, what's that? Doubt relates to a little bit of doubt. When the state presents too many possibilities, it is doubt. It's the defense's job to present all of the possibilities. It is a Commonwealth's job to present only one reasonable possibility. Have they done that for you? You let me know.
All right, Ms. Little.
Good morning. Could you state your first
Oh, I
name
didn't
and spell
say
your
the
last
date.
name for the record, please?
Yes,
My
it's
first name
June
is Frank,
24th.
and the last name is Sheridan, Sheridan.
I didn't even say it at the beginning. It is June
If you can make sure to
24th.
keep
It's
your voice up
Monday.
just because the air conditioner is very loud.
Yeah, I noticed that.
I don't know what day it is,
Dr. Sheridan, what is your profession?
honestly.
I'm a physician, and
It's
my
not
specialty is
Tuesday.
forensic pathology and neuropathology, but most of my career has been primarily forensic pathology.
When we get past
do you
his
currently
background
do?
and training,
Nothing. I'm retired.
What role or position of employment did you hold
I'll
before
slow
you
him back
retired?
down.
Okay, I was the chief medical examiner for San Bernardino County, California, and I was in that position from 1991 until 2017.
Not LA County, San Bernardino County, kind of adjacent. It's interesting to me that the defense has brought in so many, does it feel like so many witnesses from California? I wonder what the jury will think of that locally, because it's an interesting thing.
When I retired from that position, but I stayed on a part-time basis for another few years to help out because the office was understaffed. But a few years ago, 2021 or 22, I've lost track of the time, I finally stopped altogether.
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer. I don't know.
I'll put myself closer to it, I guess. Okay, is that better?
Same good, sir.
Ms. Little, if we need to, just let us know and we'll turn off the air conditioning.
Your Honor.
That's
Your
him breathing.
educational background for the jury?
Okay, well, I was born and raised in Dublin, Ireland, and I had all my initial education there, including
Who in the chat guessed Irish? I saw a ton of you. A ton of you were like, Mr. Sheridan is 100% Irish. Yes.
primary school, secondary school,
And I have him
and then
sped up a little
pre-medical
bit.
school at the university I was at was the University College Dublin, Ireland, which is part of the National University of Ireland system. So I did my pre-med and medical school training there, and I graduated from medical school in 1971. Then after that, I did a one-year rotating internship, as it's called, of medicine, surgery, and some psychiatry as well. That was a requirement for all doctors for licensure. So that's basically my initial education. Should I go on with my CV or base or not?
Yes. What did you do after medical school?
Yes. What is your other shift?
Well, in the years after medical school, I wasn't in training anymore. I was working in Africa, actually, as a medical officer. And that wasn't training, that was a job. And I was there for 3 years in Central Africa. And I was a general medical officer with various duties that included some teaching, but also seeing patients. So I did that for basically 3 years. I then returned to Ireland, and I spent the next 2 years, we're now talking about, by the way, the years I'm about to mention are 1976 to 78. So I was back in my home country, Ireland, and I spent those 2 years doing research and lecturing in pharmacology. Pharmacology is the study of drugs and how they act in the body. And I did that back at the same university where I had originally trained for medical school. So then in 1978, I came to the United States, initially to the University of Oregon, and I spent the next almost 3 years doing research there and lecturing in the field of genetics.
I just rolled away.
It was during the time I was there that I decided to do forensic pathology. So starting in 1980, let me think for a second, 1982, I then had to start what's called a residency program in pathology. And the first part of that, the first year of that was in Loma Linda University Medical Center in Southern California. I then had to interrupt my residency training, and I had to go and work in family practice for a year. This was because I was going through the immigration system of the United States, and they required that people in my position work for a year in family practice in a manpower shortage area, as they designated it, an area where there weren't enough doctors. So I did that in a place called Yucca Valley, Y-U-C-C-A Valley, California.
Yep.
But then after that year, I returned to the residency program.
I can figure that there would have been a physician
continued
shortage.
on at Loma Linda University Medical Center. And this training was in what's called anatomic pathology, which in a way you can think of it as general pathology. It involved autopsies, it involved surgical pathology, looking at slides from surgery. It involved a few other things as well. And so I was doing that there at Loma Linda. Then from 86 to 88, I went to Los Angeles County, USC, which stands for University of Southern California. So LA County USC, as it's generally known.
We know.
For 2 years of training in neuropathology.
Wait a second. Do you know Dr. Russell?
Neuropathology being disease and injury of the brain.
Wait, y'all are county USC folks. Do you know Dr. Russell? Do you know I need to know if they know each other. I have questions.
Brain, spinal cord, so forth. So that was from 86 to 88. And then in 1988, I went to the coroner's office, as it was then called. It's now a sheriff coroner's office, but at that time it was a coroner's office. And in San Bernardino, I did my 1 year required training in forensic pathology there. When I finished that year, I stayed on at the same office. And then in 1991, I was appointed chief medical examiner for the county. And as I mentioned earlier, I was in that position up until 2017.
That's a very big deal.
And I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, which I mentioned before is general pathology in a sense. Also neuropathology, as I mentioned about the brain and spinal cord primarily. And then finally, forensic pathology.
He's done all the
Dr.
pathology.
Sheridan, you're triple board certified, is that correct?
I am, yes.
Jesus Christ, sir. That's impressive. In case you didn't catch that, because he was going quickly, he is triple board certified in pathology, which is fairly unique. And they're like, sir, are you board certified? And he's like, yes. Sir, are you board certified in pathology? Yes. All.
And that's in anatomic pathology, neuropathology, and forensic pathology.
That's correct, yes.
That's incredibly
Can you
impressive.
describe any relevant teaching positions that you've held?
Yes.
Just keep your voice up. I'm sorry, it's hard to hear back here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, I still do some teaching, actually. First of all, I'm on the staff of Loma Linda University Medical Center, the place where I did my initial training. And I give lectures on a regular basis there to the pathology residents, like I used to be myself. And in addition to that, for a long time, for about 20 years actually, up until COVID, I was also giving twice a year courses on forensics at the University of California, Riverside Extension, as it's called. And I did that for, as I said, essentially 20 years, I think. But that stopped with COVID. So I haven't been doing that since the beginning of COVID epidemic. I've also given annual lectures, or not lectures, but courses, 3-day courses, to the California Criminalistic Institute, which is part of the forensic system in California. And then in addition to that, I was associated with another university for a while, but that sort of gradually elapsed. And that's basically it. I give occasional lectures at, well, actually at least once a year at various other places, just individual lectures. I'm a visiting lecturer, in other words, and at community colleges and even high schools, actually.
Really,
and then I forgot to mention one more thing. For two years, I was a visiting professor at a university in China, in what's called Hangzhou, H-A. I don't know if I pronounced it correctly even to this day, but Hangzhou, H-A-N-Z-H-O, whatever, H-O-U. It's a big city in China anyway, somewhere. And I was there for 2 years, on two different years.
It's kind of delightful.
Giving courses on forensic pathology.
And Dr. Sheridan, are you a member of any academic or professional societies?
Of societies? Yes.
So there were questions in the chat. They're like, how do we think the Boston jurors will respond to all the Californians? I don't know if he's going to count because Irish. So I think the Irish might override the Californian.
I've been a member, although I've let it lapse recently intentionally. But I've been a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners for many years. I'm also a member of the American Academy for the Advancement of Science, and also the American Forensic Institute, or AAFS, American Academy of Forensic Science. I'm also a member of that.
And have you authored any peer-reviewed articles or publications in the areas of forensic pathology or neuropathology?
Yes, but not recently. When I was working, I was too busy to publish. But yes, I did author a few papers earlier on in my career. One of which it wasn't really neuropathology, but it was urology more than, well, it was actually neuropharmacology. And then I did author another paper on that was related to my forensic pathology work on organ donation, organ and tissue donation for transplantation. Those are the two main ones, but there were a couple of other lesser papers.
Can you describe
I
your
love that he's
duties
like
as the chief
main
medical examiner
papers,
of San
lesser
Bernardino County?
papers.
Yes, as chief medical examiner, I had some administrative responsibilities. Fortunately, not too many, because there were other people to do it. But most of my responsibility there was supervising the medical part of the coroner's office. In other words, the autopsy section. And I was supervising other pathologists, but I was also working full-time doing autopsies myself. So I spent most of my time actually performing autopsies. But I did have, as I said, administrative roles and the role of supervising colleagues.
Interesting.
And of course, as a medical examiner, as a forensic pathologist, I frequently had to testify in court, rather like I'm doing now.
All the time.
So that was another part of my duty.
I don't know when they have time
And
to
during
do
the
it.
course of your professional experience, approximately how many autopsies do you believe you conducted?
It's between 12 and 13,000. I think it's closer to 13,000.
And have you qualified as an
sorry.
expert in the areas of forensic pathology,
I'm
neuropathology, and
No. Where's my record scratch? No, we'll do this one. This will work just fine. Between 12 and 13,000 autopsies. Riverside County this is the other thing with California. More people equals, more opportunities, unfortunately. But when you're looking at high volume work, Riverside County, LA County, they are massive counties with millions of people. So high volume work, between 12 and 13,000 autopsies, he's done. I still don't know where my record scratch is. There we go. Okay, we're reoriented this morning, ish. We haven't had coffee yet, but that'll come.
anatomic?
In courts, yes. Yes, well over 400 times.
How many was that?
Testified in court over 400 times.
And did you review materials related to this case in furtherance of coming to an opinion and conclusion about Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
See how easy that was? What did you review? We're going to slow him back down as we get into what he reviewed and what his opinions on that are.
Yes, I did. I reviewed quite a lot of materials.
What did you review?
Okay, I reviewed the autopsy report on this case. Along with that, there was the neuropathology report, which was separate. There was a toxicology report. There were autopsy photographs. These were all of primary importance to me, all these things. Then I also reviewed the complaint in this case, outlining, in other words, the basic details of the the case.
What they think the case is, yes.
Reviewed photographs taken at the scene of death of Mr. O'Keefe. Photographs of the vehicle that was allegedly involved in his death. Photographs of the decedent himself before the autopsy, while he was at the hospital, at Good Samaritan Hospital. Then there was also some videos of the scene of death. I also saw the death certificate, a document by CERT, S-C-R-T, police reports from Canton Police Department. Am I missing anything out? I don't think so. Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to publish what's been previously marked as Exhibit 19.
Sure.
Dr. Sheridan, is this one of the photographs that you reviewed in reaching your opinions?
Photos from the ME. I wonder if this is
yes,
arm,
yes, it is.
Otherwise, they wouldn't show it.
Describe the injuries.
So that is the victim's arm up on screen.
These injuries that you're looking at here on the arm are abrasions, which are friction injuries, basically. We classify them under the general category of blunt force injury, but these particular ones are abrasions. The abrasions being where the outer layer of the skin, the epidermis as it's called, has been scraped off. These are friction injuries, essentially.
And Based on your review of the information discussed earlier, can you tell, as well as your review of these photographs, can you tell whether these injuries were sustained before or after death?
These injuries were sustained before death. We call them ante-mortem, A-N-T-E, mortem meaning before
and we
death.
heard that from
And that's
Dr.
based
Russell.
primarily on their color. And you have to take other things into consideration, but that's the basics of it. If these had been post-mortem, they would have a more yellowish, orange color, usually yellow.
Dr. Russell also said they were so
In
close
your
in
professional
time.
opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, are those
So no, Chet, that is in line with Dr. Russell's testimony. Dr. Russell also said they would have been closer in time because the body didn't have an inflammatory response yet. So
injuries consistent with being struck by a vehicle while holding a drinking glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
all right. Little asked if this was consistent with being struck by a vehicle. I don't think she's laid the background for that and that he can testify to that. And we know that with some witnesses, this judge can be a little particular about their background training and experience, and with others, maybe not so much. So I'm going to zoom past our sidebar.
AC for a while then.
My voice is not as strong as it used to be.
You are unmuted. Your voice up, please, sir.
I'm doing my best. My voice is not as strong as it used to be.
You are
That's
unmuted.
fair, sir.
We'll stop the AC for a while then. We'll stop the air conditioning for a while then. We want to make sure we hear you.
Okay.
Dr.
It's
Sheridan,
fair.
are these injuries consistent with a motor vehicle accident, in your opinion?
Sustained.
I would say in general, no. I mean,
So that objection was sustained. I think Ms. Little's going to put it to you in a different way.
I'm sorry.
Good God.
If you could assume for purposes of this question that this individual was involved in a motor vehicle collision as a pedestrian, based on your review of his photographs, are those injuries consistent with having been struck by a vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Why don't you come back for a minute?
Why can't she ask that? Y'all, if you're going to ask me why the judge is doing this, I have no idea. I have no idea why she can't ask that. And it is beyond the bounds of my brain at this moment. Because she can ask that, and Alan's face kind of says it.
Dr. Sheridan, how many?
My face might have been covering Alan's face, but Alan's case was just like, and I think it's a foundational issue, but yes, I think it's a foundational issue because she's going back to how many autopsies have you conducted? And he said 12 to 13,000. So I don't know why we're doing this, but I think she wants to ask how many of those involved motor vehicle collisions. I think that's the foundation that this judge is looking for. So we'll see, but
Autopsies have you conducted on individuals who are involved in pedestrian vehicle motor collisions?
that question.
Involved in what pedestrian vehicle?
Yes.
Versus, yeah. Well over 100.
What other experience do you have in terms of conducting autopsies with individuals who have been involved in motor vehicle collisions?
He supervised them too.
Well, I mean, if you take motor vehicle accidents in general, they'd be probably nearly a quarter of my total number of autopsies. So in other words, that'd be close to 3,000. Yeah, that's about right.
Based on your professional experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with a pedestrian being struck by a motor vehicle?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So it was foundation. Chad is Bay.
Can you answer that?
I can answer it, yes.
So go right ahead.
Okay. But the question was, to be precise, can you just rephrase it? I mean, I said yes, I can answer it, but I can't remember exactly how you phrased it.
Yes, based on your extensive training and experience, what is your opinion regarding whether those injuries are consistent with being struck, with an individual being struck by a vehicle?
If you mean struck in that part of the body, on the arm, like
Yes.
directly, I would say no, it doesn't look like that at all. Mm-hmm.
And can you explain that?
Well, if you're hit by a vehicle, whichever part of your body is hit, if it's a significant impact at all, you're going to get bruising, and we don't have any bruising here. We just have what I would call linear abrasions without any bruising. So that does not look to me at all remotely like an impact from a motor vehicle.
What would you expect to see if an individual's arm were
Bruising.
struck by the rear of a motor vehicle?
Well, as I just said a second ago, primarily a lot of bruising, and that's what we don't see here. You might see, well, depending on the circumstances, you might see other things like a fracture
Yes.
or
That's what she's
fractures,
getting at.
but you would at least expect bruising.
In your professional opinion, based on your many years of experience, have you conducted any autopsies involving individuals who were involved in any sort of animal attack?
Animal attacks in general, yes, quite a few actually.
Interesting that they're
Well, when I say quite a
covering
few,
this
it's not an enormously common event, but I've done probably at least a dozen or so involving deaths where an animal was involved one way or another.
Have you conducted any autopsies in which any individual was attacked by a dog?
Yes, I have a few.
we had a
Can you
couple
describe that?
high-profile cases in Southern
Well,
California with
I'd have
dog
to
attacks.
just refresh my memory out of the blue here. But first of all, I had a number of cases, 3 or 4, I think, over the years involving children, was primarily children who were killed by feral dogs, and the dogs attacked the kid and killed them. So I had that a few times. But then I've also had cases where an animal or a dog particularly was involved, but wasn't the actual cause of death, so to speak, but they were involved in something that was happening and left some traces of their activity in the form of bite marks or scratch marks.
In your professional opinion, are those injuries consistent with an animal attack?
Are they consistent with what?
An animal attack.
I would say they are, yes. I'm not 100% sure about this, but my initial reaction when I saw this photograph was that it was probably an animal.
That's why they called Dr. Russell.
And most likely, I would say, a dog.
He's like, I'm not 100%.
Scrape marks with the paws, and possibly also a bite mark or from the teeth as well. Possibly. I'm not
Again, he's very much, I'm not 100% sure. I think he's probably a better witness to use than to go through this isn't a car, this isn't a car, this isn't a car, because Dr. Russell was so good. I don't know if they need to go over it again, but it's not his area as much, but we'll see what happens on cross-examination.
100% sure. I didn't get a chance to analyze it right there on the spot, so to speak. But my basic impression is that these are consistent with marks caused by, say, a dog using his paws or claws, if you want to put it that way, and possibly the teeth as well.
And if there's a pointer up there, would it be possible to direct the jury to the injuries?
I think his testimony is very strong that this is not consistent with a vehicle accident.
It's not there.
May I approach you on a shoulder?
We're going back to the victim's arm.
Okay.
Using the laser pointer, could you indicate the injuries that you believe you just testified are consistent with scratch marks?
Actually, in a sense, they're all consistent with scratch marks in the sort of the more generic sense of whether it's the paws or the teeth, they're going across the skin rather than going straight into it. So they're all of these marks are generally consistent with, if you want to call them scratch marks. So I don't know if this will work on the screen, but
right, not deep.
You basically have what looks like this one pair there with possibly a third one in the middle. There are 2 very clear parallel marks there with another one fainter in the center. Then you have, going closer to the elbow, you've got another 2 or 3, whichever way you look at that. At the elbow itself, you have, that part of the elbow there is what I would think is the most likely candidate here for a bite mark, because it has something of the configuration of the outline of teeth. And then the ones on the forearm are a little bit less obvious, but they're still consistent in general with, I would say, claw marks or maybe from the teeth.
Dr. Sheridan, if you assume that the decedent was standing with his arm extended in this manner, and he was
She's
struck
showing
with the
him
rear taillight of a 7,000-pound
this,
Lexus,
what
only
the
on the arm.
accident
Such
reconstructionist
that it
did.
spun him around and propelled him 30 feet. Do you have an opinion as to whether or not these arm injuries are consistent with that scenario?
Objection.
All right, I'll see you inside. Go on.
That's what your expert testified to, Lally. She's allowed to ask that. What foundation the judge wants to see, I don't know. But she's allowed to ask that. All right. I saw a question about Deer Creek. Meet up at Deer Creek this weekend for DMB. Unfortunately, I will not be able to get to Deer Creek this weekend, but there might be a Sunday show in my future. But I will be in California still. Let's try to zoom. This is a long zoom. This sidebar is taking itself a minute. We're gonna have to. Oh, why are we taking a break? They're taking a break. They're absolutely taking a break, and it went to the fan. Hold on, let's zoom past the fan. It was like a 15-minute break. Goodness. Well, again, the space to zoom is a beautiful thing. All right, the witness is coming
go
back
right
to the
ahead, Miss
stand. That's an early spot for a break
All right,
this morning.
go right ahead, Miss Little, in a loud voice.
Thank you. And Dr. Sheridan, I'll ask you to also just keep your voice up for this question.
I'll try.
I'm not going to keep my
Assume the
Voice
decedent
up.
was standing with his arm outstretched like this and was struck by the rear of an SUV only in his arm at 24 miles per hour. Are the injuries in Exhibit 19 consistent with that scenario?
No, I do not think so.
right because
Can you
there's no
describe that?
bruising.
Well, as I think I've already mentioned before,
You did.
one thing that's not there that should be there,
Per my
given
last
that
email,
idea, that
There's no
scenario,
bruising.
is there should be bruising, at least bruising, if not perhaps even more than that, but bruising for sure. Secondly, the appearance of these injuries, their pattern, if you want to just call it that, the way they're distributed doesn't seem to fit the idea of the
teeth
rear
on
of
a car?
a vehicle being the impacting object.
And at 24 miles per hour,
Right,
do
'cause
you
even if it
expect
was
to see
scratches-
fractures or breaks in
If it was scratches from anything else on the car, even the taillight, it was broken off. It wasn't curved. So it's just, they didn't have to debride anything on the victim. I have so many questions.
You could do. There'd be other factors involved as to depending.
They're asking
It
about
would depend
brakes.
on a lot of things, but it's possible. Yeah.
I'd like to direct your attention to the injury that Mr. O'Keefe sustained to his head. Do you recall that injury?
To the head.
To the head.
Yes. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Could you describe that injury for the jury?
Well, there were a few minor injuries on the face, but the major injury, and indeed the main cause of death, was an impact to the back of the head, slightly to the right of the midline of the back of the head, and where there was a laceration. A laceration is another type of blunt force trauma, but this is a laceration is where the skin is actually opened up or it's split, so you get bleeding from a laceration. So there was a laceration, as I said, in the back of the scalp, in what's called the occipital area, and beneath that, when the skin was moved away as part of the autopsy, there was extensive bruising, hemorrhage, in other words, in the scalp at that same point. There was a fracture that started at that point in the skull, but traveled all the way forward to the frontal areas of the skull. So you have the impact. The impact site is clear because, as I said, you got the laceration. That's where the impact was. So you have that the impact with the scalp hemorrhage there, and the skull fractures. Then the brain itself it had injuries, significant injuries. First of all, there was bleeding on the surface of the brain.
Right. The medical
And
examiners have
that's
been
very common in
consistent with
situations
each
like
other.
this. But in addition to that, there were extensive bruises, contusions is the real word actually, but they are essentially bruises of the brain substance itself. And that they were in several different parts of the brain, including the frontal areas, which are near the forehead, and also the temporal, which are towards the side, more or less. And then there was also hemorrhage deep inside the brain in the ventricles, which are open areas in the center of the brain. All of these things were described in the neuropathology report, and you can see them in the photographs that were part of the neuropathology report as well as the autopsy. Because of, as a result of, I should say, the injury to the brain began to swell, and that's what it usually does after major trauma. And as a result of the swelling, you had what's called herniation, where the brain, if you want to think of it this way, the brain is trying to expand, but it can't because the skull is around it. So it begins to put pressure, pushing, especially downwards towards the top of the spinal cord. And eventually, as happened in this case, is quite clear from the photographs, the brain herniated downwards, the brainstem particularly herniated downwards, and this would have been the final straw, so to speak. That's what would lead to respiratory failure and death. Right. So this was a fatal injury for certain.
And what impact would that?
So the head injury being fatal, but not immediately fatal.
Yeah, once this injury occurred, once this impact occurred, Mr. O'Keefe would have been unconscious. He would still be capable of breathing for a while until that brain swelling took over and pushed the brainstem down. But he would immediately from the point of impact, he would have been unconscious for sure.
Would he have been able to stand up, move, or walk?
No, he would have been unconscious.
This is the first witness that really tied that together, which is important. This is the first witness that has said, no, he would not still be mobile. The Commonwealth's pathologist or the Commonwealth's medical examiner said that the head injury was not immediately fatal, but didn't talk too much about whether the victim would have still been mobile at all. The reason this is so critical is because then you really have to look at where the victim was found on the lawn as the final rest. That doesn't square directly with the defense's case that the victim was placed there, but it also doesn't square with the Commonwealth's case that he was struck by the vehicle on the road and then was 30 feet onto the lawn, because that just doesn't make any sense with the mechanism of injury according to the Commonwealth's theory, and it doesn't make any sense with the injuries to the victim. So the fact that he would have been unconscious and then would have been and then would have passed means it's consistent with the fact that there's no footmarks anywhere on the lawn. There's no possibility that he moved himself to that point on the lawn based on this witness's testimony. So I think that's very helpful to know, given how, I don't know, confusing this case has been.
Just completely.
Do you have any opinion regarding whether that injury is consistent with having been struck on the ground on dirt or grass?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the question.
I'll rephrase it. That was a poorly worded question. Is that injury consistent with striking dirt or grass?
Right. Do you need something harder?
Like, for example, falling onto grass?
Yes.
No, I don't think so. If there's a fall involved here, and there could be, it would be onto a hard surface. But the grass, and as I understand from all the material I reviewed, there was also some snow, and so that might even cushion the impact even a little bit more. But even without the snow, grass is basically too soft for somebody falling
those types of damages
and hitting their head on it to get the injuries I've just described.
In addition to focusing on the injuries that were present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries in conducting an autopsy?
What significance do I put on what?
in addition to focusing on the injuries that are present, what significance do you place on the absence of injuries when conducting an autopsy?
That's a bad question.
Well, as you put it there, it's a
question.
rather general question, but I mean, when you're doing an autopsy, you obviously want to see what is there and what's not, and everything can be relevant, including absent things. Now, in this particular case, there are a number of features of things that are absent that are important. I've already alluded to one, and that is on the arm. If that was an impact from the vehicle, I would expect bruising. But do you want me to continue?
Yes.
Yeah. But if
the prosecution
if
again,
Mr. O'Keefe was struck with
the prosecution has argued that the ground is frozen. It is January, and that's going to be within the jury's knowledge, right? This is a jury that lives locally. They're going to be able to understand that how hard frozen lawn may be in January where they live.
It depends, obviously, what part of the body is theoretically involved. But if a vehicle hits you, whether it's the back of the vehicle or the front, you're going to have, as long as it's not going extremely slowly, if it's going at any speed at all, any significant speed, it's going to cause at least bruising. And that in this particular case, one of the things that struck me was that there was a distinct absence of bruising on the torso. There was the chest, abdomen, hips, whatever. And also, in most cases that I've ever been involved in where a pedestrian was hit by a vehicle, there are injuries on the legs, including fractures, which are very common on the legs. So the absence of all of these things in this case, I think, is important.
Have you conducted autopsies involving individuals who were involved in fights or altercations?
Yes, many, many times.
Approximately how many?
Gosh, I have no idea, and it's been a lot. I mean, I've done
quite a lot.
I said earlier that between over 12, maybe 13,000 total autopsies. Of those, I'm only giving you estimates here, but over 1,000 would have been homicides. Of those, probably maybe a fifth, or about 200, would have involved blunt force trauma instead of, for example, a firearm or something like that. And in those cases, and of course, so all of those, and other cases involving sharp force, homicides involving sharp force may have evidence of a struggle as well. So it's in the hundreds, yeah.
In your expert medical opinion, are Mr. O'Keefe's injuries consistent with a fight or a physical altercation?
In a general sense, they can be. They could be, yes. He had, I alluded to it just briefly before, but the head injury, the major head injury I've described, but he also had a laceration over his right eyelid. He had some...
Also, with him saying these can be injuries for a fight, just keep in mind, we are in the defense case. So we're not necessarily expecting the defense to give definitive answers. That's not their role in this. Their role in this is to bring up all of the possibilities and all of the questions, because that is their job, to poke holes. So to poke holes, to bring doubt, to bring the questions to the jury. So yes, it's possible that it's this. If there are more than one reasonable possibility for a thing, the jury's going to get a very, very specific instruction about it. So is it reasonable? So yeah, I think it's reasonable here. And that's what he's going to start talking about, are the other cuts to the face.
Scrape marks on his face. He also had some bruises on the back of his right hand, which that kind of injury on the hands can be what we call a defensive injury. In other words, an injury that occurs when you're protecting yourself and you're hit hit either with another fist or with a hard object, and you're protecting yourself. So I would say that some of these findings I've just mentioned are consistent with the possibility of a physical altercation, yes.
Thank you. If I could have one moment.
Sure.
Right. Multiple possibilities.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
And we're on to cross-examination. This is why the defense case is going to go so much faster. It was concise. Do you notice the difference? How clear and concise the presentation of evidence was? This. Are you?
Good morning, Doctor.
There we go.
Morning.
I was like, are you ready yet? Oh.
Injuries that you were just testifying about with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, they were on his right knee, his right arm, as well as the back right side of his head. Is that correct?
Yes, I forgot to mention the knee, but yes, there were injuries in those places, yes.
And understandable, but this isn't an autopsy you performed yourself, correct?
I did not perform it myself, no.
You never saw the body. You're looking at photographs and reports, correct?
Yeah, I'm going by the photographs and the autopsy.
He's looking at photographs and reports, and he's agreeing with the Commonwealth's medical examiner. I don't think I can express how unusual it is that what we're seeing from the defense expert is basically a agreement with the Commonwealth's expert, because the Commonwealth's expert said, yeah, it's possible this, and this. And this witness came in and said, it's possible this, and this. The Commonwealth's expert said these injuries are inconsistent with the vehicle collision. And the defense expert said the same thing. So Lally's going to be like, you didn't see the body yourself. It's like, well, they all drew the same conclusion, my guy. Like, just
Report, yes.
And contained within the materials that you reviewed, did you ever look at Mr. O'Keefe's medical records from the Good Samaritan?
Look at
said he did.
whose medical records, Mr. O'Keefe's?
Yes.
I looked at the medical records from Good Samaritan Hospital, where he was
Yes.
pronounced dead, yes.
Okay, so you did look at those as well.
I did look at those, yeah. I thought I mentioned it earlier. Maybe I forgot.
he said it.
Now,
No, you said it, sir. That's on Lally. You said it.
with regard to what you reviewed of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, you saw
Jen,
no injuries.
my
to
earrings
his left
are
arm,
linked on
correct?
my Amazon. They're
His left arm?
Scott.
No, I don't think
You were
so.
looking for
No.
the exact
No
ones.
injuries to his
Let's
left
just
leg,
go to her
correct?
website.
No.
Injuries to his torso that you saw,
That's correct.
and no injuries to the
Lally, no injuries to the legs and torso doesn't, I think, help your case at this point. Like, does this help your case at this point?
back left side of his head.
Sir?
Is that correct as well?
That's correct, yes.
Now, you indicated that you observed or reviewed the autopsy reports as well as autopsy photographs and the death certificate, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, do you agree with Dr. Scortibello's determination as to the cause of death being multiple blunt force type injuries in conjunction with hypothermia?
I do agree with her, yes.
And you reviewed also the neuropathology report by Dr. Stonebridge?
I did, yes.
And do you agree or concur with the findings of Dr. Stonebridge contained within that report?
Yes, there were photographs taken during the neuropathology examination, which were independent confirmation for me of the things described in the report. Yes.
Now, with regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, well, let me ask you this first.
I
As
love
far
how
as
he's
the
listening
injuries
to
that you
Lally.
observed in the photographs to Mr. O'Keefe's
Trying.
right arm, they were not the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's death, correct?
No, they were not.
Correct.
With regard to autopsies that you performed in the past, in regard to there being some sort of animal involved, as you were testifying before, is it normal to see just injuries related to an animal attack on just one portion of one piece of body?
Yes, in a general way. I mean, as I mentioned, I think when I was answering the question about the cases I've done involving animals, I tried to divide them into two groups because there's an important difference. some of those cases were cases where the animals were responsible for the death itself. As I said, a bunch of feral dogs in one case, particularly that I remember. Another was a case where it wasn't a whole bunch of them, but there were 2 dogs, large dogs, and they killed the victims, children. So those individuals had multiple injuries, including deep bite marks that were fatal, particularly in the neck area. But they also had, and I'm stretching my memory a bit because it's a while since I did these cases, but I do have a general recollection that in in those cases, I should say, in addition to the fatal injuries, there were also some non-fatal, sort of things like paw marks. And I can't remember the distribution though on the body.
Can you remember as far as whether or not these
And I don't know if it matters,
observed in not
right?
taking the child fatalities with the dog's maul? I'm presuming that those involve injuries to significant and extensive parts of the body. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are the ones where the animals caused the death, yes. Mm-hmm.
So in the other instances
Right.
that you were talking
When the animals
about,
cause the death,
recall
more
even whether or
injuries.
not those injuries that you observed were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Well, that's not the case here. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part.
The other ones that you were
Sorry,
talking
I was
about as
talking.
far as the other animal attacks that you've seen.
Yeah.
You recall whether or not the injuries that you observed in those instances were ante-mortem or post-mortem?
Oh, ante-mortem. Well, actually, in one of the cases that comes to mind, the marks appeared to be post-mortem, and that was this person was actually a homicide victim, and they were lying outdoors, and their own dog. This was according to police, though, who came on the scene.
their own dog attacked
When
them?
they arrived, there was a dog that turned out to be the victim's own dog, was pawing at the.
Hopefully I'm not frozen, but my feed froze for a moment. So hold on.
The body, and the person was dead. But in another case that I can think of, the scratch marks from dog paws were ante-mortem.
All right, you guys, I'm going to have to check my internet in one moment because I am getting some choppy internet on my end. So let me check got to check my hotspot real quick because it was my internet. It's me, not you. That was my internet. So give me 1 second. We're going to let him roll.
And they were confined to one place only. I'm trying to remember what part of the body. This case, I had to testify. This case that I'm thinking of now, the paw marks were limited to just one location. I can't remember exactly where they were, though. Whether it was the leg or the arm, I can't remember.
And that was post-mortem injuries you're talking about there, correct?
No, in the second case here,
The injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Oh, chat. We're at the mercy of the internet. All right. We were a little bit at the mercy of the internet. Apologies. It shouldn't be an issue today, but alas, here we are. Not the spinny death on the feed. Thank you for your patience, chat. Oh, that is so frustrating. Give me one moment. Let me see if I can get this feed to come back to us real quick. Because that is horribly frustrating for me, and I'm sure horribly frustrating for you. Internet. I'm going to have to refresh this feed real quick. Not this one.
Injuries that
The court feed.
So in other words,
All right. We got that going. Sorry, chat.
there's been post-mortem and ante-mortem, yes.
injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's arm were to the posterior part of his arm, correct?
Yes, basically, the posterior.
No injuries that you observed on the anterior portion or the other side of the right arm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No other injuries that you observed consistent with what you're talking about as far as an animal attack on any other part of Mr. O'Keefe's body, correct?
That's correct, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And from what you observed in the reports and the photographs, you can't say definitively what type of animal, correct?
That's correct, I
We'll
can't.
talk about this in a minute.
And you
Luke.
can't say even if it was an animal or was a dog, what breed of dog that was. Is that correct?
No, but if I had to try, and if I said,
Not asking you to try, sir. I'm just asking whether
Okay.
or not you can say whether or not that what breed of dog it was.
no, I can't tell you what breed, no.
You can't say whether or not those injuries were inflicted
Are you fucking
inside a
joking,
house or
Larry?
outside of a house. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have no idea. Mhm.
You can't say when they occurred, correct?
Only that they were, when he was still alive, yeah. But other than that, no. And they are fresh looking. I mean, in this generally, so they look like that
Close in
they
time.
happened very shortly before death.
And when you say a short time, you're talking about hours?
Minutes to hours, I would say.
That's exactly
Minutes,
what
hours,
your
but you can't
I mean, I'm
confirm.
talking just based on the
minutes to hours is what the other pathologists have said as well.
injuries themselves alone, leaving anything else out. You can't time injuries as exactly as you might think from CSI or one of these television programs, but they are generally fresh for sure. And but just looking at those on their own, I would have to say minutes to hours, yes.
Look at
Now,
that.
at
All
some
the Emmys are
point,
consistent.
were you given or did you review
Isn't
any
that
files
wild?
from a lab at University of California, Davis?
I'm not sure in relation to what.
So are you aware that the State Police Lab in Massachusetts swabbed areas of the sleeve on the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe and sent samples from that in the areas of where the injuries occurred on his right arm, and then sent that to a lab at UC Davis? Are you aware of that?
I'm not sure that I remember that, no.
And so you're equally unaware then that when that was tested, there was no canine DNA found from any of those swabbings in the area where the injuries that you're describing as scratch marks or bite marks occurred.
He didn't say swap.
I wasn't aware of that. I must have missed it.
Are you aware of any sort of bite history or a specific animal at 34 Fairview being involved in attacks on other dogs?
I'm sorry. Am I aware that there was a dog there?
Yes.
I was informed there was, yes.
Were you also informed that that dog, months later, after January of 2022, was involved in an incident in which it attacked another dog? Humans intervened, and one of the humans.
How does this help
bit.
you, Lally?
No, I didn't know that.
Were you aware that there were photographs of an actual bite mark from that actual dog?
Lally spent a good bit of time going over the fact that you can't bite match the forensic odontology of it all that he asked about last week and how it's not really reliable science. And now is he going down the road of asking if he can bite match? Or is he trying to make it some kind of a moment that this doctor didn't bite match? Because he already told the jury that that science is not really a science and it's unreliable. So the arguing out of both sides of his mouth is really, really annoying to watch. It is, I find, incredibly disingenuous. I wonder how the jury will feel about that.
Months after January 2020, were you shown any of that?
No, I don't believe I was.
Give me one moment, chat.
Opinion or testimony that you're testifying to here today?
I didn't write a report as such, but I signed a declaration early on in my involvement in this case.
And that was a declaration or an affidavit that you signed under the pains and penalties of perjury back on January 31st, 2023. Is that correct?
Sorry, what did you say about that?
When you're talking about a declaration, you're referring to an affidavit that you filed with the court under pains and penalties of perjury in January of 2023.
I didn't think it was January, but however, there was only one, so whatever you have.
Now, at any point in time were you made aware that there were microscopic pieces of the defendant's tail light as small as 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch that were found in Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
That were found in Mr. O'Keefe's what?
Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
Close.
I don't remember that specifically.
And that those pieces were then
The
found to be
microscopic
consistent with the defendant's tail light.
tail light.
Like you said, I don't remember that particular part.
Were you ever shown any material indicating that there was DNA from the defendant's tail light housing that was consistent with Mr. O'Keefe?
I
They
was asked.
lived
I asked
together.
about that myself, but I think the answer I got was no.
Oh,
Now, were you ever told about a piece of human hair that was found on the right rear quarter panel near the area where there was a dent on the back right of the defendant's vehicle?
No, I don't remember that.
So then you weren't also told that that was then sent out for mitochondrial DNA testing and it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe to a degree of 99.895%.
You talk about a hair sample now. Yeah. No, I didn't have that.
the pieces of plastic from the clothing were buried within the lab testimony because the woman who did the scrapings of debris from the clothes scraped everything. So I don't know if we can say it's from the shirt or the pants because it was all scraped into one container and the testimony was not very clear. I didn't think. But it was in there.
Now, Doctor, would you agree that in Blunt's impact
It was the person who did all of the swabbing before the physical match expert Valaire testified.
injuries, the characteristics of a blunt object can then be transferred to the victim in the form of pattern abrasions that match the characteristics of that blunt object?
Yes.
Now, of the photographs, you reviewed photographs of the scene, photographs of the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You're aware that there were a number of different pieces of the defendant's taillight that were photographed as well. Did you ever see those?
I did, yes.
Do you recall seeing any piece of a clear plastic taillight piece that was recovered on January 29th, along with Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that had dimpling on the outside of that clear piece of plastic?
I can't. I remember seeing the pictures of the glass fragments, but I don't remember any more specifics than that.
Do you know what a compression abrasion is?
What?
Compression abrasion.
Yeah, although it's not a term we use all the time, but however, yes.
And a compression abrasion can occur when there's direct pressure from a blunt.
He's like, actually, that's kind of outdated language. That's not the language that we use, but I'll roll with it to not embarrass you, which some experts on cross-examination would smack a prosecutor verbally with actually, that's incredibly outdated language. Since blah, blah, blah year, we have no longer used that phrase because of blah, blah, blah reason. And so we now use this phrase. He's genuinely being fairly patient with Lally.
Blunt object together with slight rubbing movements that produce skin and epidermal crushing. Is that correct?
Yeah, you have to have some lateral movement as well, though, to get an abrasion.
I can't see Lally,
Now,
so I can't
talking
zoom
about
him.
prior autopsies that you've done involving pedestrian collisions. Is it fair to say that most of those pedestrian collisions that you were doing autopsies on involved pedestrians being struck by the front of the vehicle?
Yeah, mostly the front.
So mostly it's a pedestrian sort of crossing the street or standing in the street who's then struck by the front of the vehicle, correct?
Yeah, I think they were all. I have actually done a couple of cases where children were hit by the back of a reversing vehicle. This was in the days before they had the rear videos on cars that they have now. But so those cases were impacts against the back of the vehicle. But most pedestrian cases, are, as you say, they're the front of the vehicle hitting the person.
Just briefly on that, as far as the defendant's vehicle itself, are you aware that there were rear backup cameras and a 360-degree overhead view from the back of her vehicle?
I remember reading that, yes.
Chad, I have one more thing I need to grab. I'll be right back.
Now,
I'm sorry to leave you alone with Lally. I
what you're talking about
apologize.
as far as a rear vehicle pedestrian collision, is that typically sort of the where on the vehicle? Let me ask you this first. When you are doing an autopsy in relation to a pedestrian collision, much of the information that you're gaining about that is what you receive from the investigating agency, whether it's the police or something like that, correct?
It varies a lot from one case to another. Sometimes you get or virtually no information about the accident, because some of these cases I've done, some of them were witnessed, some weren't. Let's put it that way. Yeah. So when they weren't witnessed, and when the person was just found later or sometime afterwards, you wouldn't have necessarily any. The vehicle would typically not be there. These would be hit and run type situations. And so in those cases, you wouldn't have all that kind of information. So it varies. It varies.
Hey, well, I'm
And
sorry to
understanding
leave you
that it varies,
alone.
but primarily what I'm saying is whatever
Apologize.
information as far as the body comes in and you're
My feet were cold.
going to conduct an autopsy, there would be
Regulating
some
my,
information from
environment
law enforcement or
in a
witness
hotel
statements
is
or
harder.
something as to what type of death this is, as far as gunshot wound, stabbing,
too
pedestrian
neurospicy
collision, something
to-
like that.
Yeah, absolutely. But like I said, in those unwitnessed cases of pedestrians, I might be given the information that it's probably a pedestrian fatality from a car.
And when it comes to pedestrian collisions, and most of which that you've seen are, again, from the front of the vehicle striking a pedestrian on the roadway, is that correct?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lally, he agreed largely with your pathologist. Can we just move on? Like, save it for the biomechanical engineers.
And are you familiar with what role sort of the center of mass of that person versus the center of mass of where they're struck
not a
plays in
biomechanical
reference to their
engineer.
injuries?
Yeah, it could be that can have a big effect on how the body reacts to the impact. Mm-hmm.
So most of the time when you're talking about sort of lower extremity injuries or pelvic fractures or things like that, that's in a frontal collision with the pedestrian, correct?
Most of them were, yeah. I mean, the ones
Jay,
that involved
one of the
being
mods will
backed
put it in the
over,
chat.
and they were children.
And it's in the description of the video.
I can't remember the exact distribution of their injuries, except
look
the
for a
vehicle went
wrench.
right over them. I do remember that. But anyway, the answer to your question, maybe I'm wandering in my mind. So can you ask me again?
I think you've answered it. So my next question, sir, is when it comes to
That's it. Did you hear what he said? I'm stealing it, sir. I'm stealing it. Maybe I'm wandering in my mind. I am that we are, sir, we are going to borrow this phrase from you. Maybe I'm wandering in my mind. Ask me again. Yes. Just 100% yes.
the rear end collisions, primarily being children, you would agree with me that they have a lower center of mass than a 6'1", 200 something.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so as far as them being run over, they're going to get struck. They're probably going to fall to the ground, and then the vehicle is going to go over, correct?
That's right, yeah.
And so how many autopsies have you conducted in regard to pedestrian collisions where they've been sideswiped by the back of a vehicle?
I can't remember.
He's like, I don't remember anyone specifically.
Not off the top of my head, no. Mm-hmm.
And so if someone is struck by the right rear portion of a vehicle and then projected away from the vehicle based on speed, based on force, based on whatever, would you then expect to see those same type of pelvic fractures or lower extremity injuries that you talked about with a frontal collision?
Well, it depends on the exact position of the victim at the moment of impact. And of course, it could be a lot of different things. They could be, the victim could be facing the vehicle, they could be sideways on, they could have their back. But you're going to see bruising.
You're going to see bruising
somewhere in that area, in one of those areas, either on the back, the side, whatever, or the front. I would expect to see bruising, significant bruising.
But as you testified earlier on direct,
Significant
it's
bruising.
Dependent or variable depending on how the victim pedestrian interacted with the vehicle. Isn't that correct?
Yes, but I'd expect bruising for sure. I mean, whether you get fractures and so forth will depend on, or for that matter, internal injuries, depends on a variety of factors, but you're going to get bruising for sure.
Now, you did see bruising on Mr. O'Keefe's right hand, correct?
Lally, is your line of questioning that the 6'2", over 200-pound victim, John O'Keefe, was killed by a vehicle strike to his hand? Your accident reconstruction, I am trying not to yell. Your accident reconstructionist testified that John O'Keefe was hit on the arm hard enough to shatter Karen Reed's taillight, and yet there is no bruising. Stop it. Look, here's the thing about the medical examiners. They look at what happened based on the body. You can't alter that. It is what it is. People try in various ways to hide that, but it is what it is.
Yes, a small bruising. It looked like 2, possibly 3, almost confluent or close together bruises.
Were you aware from the materials that you reviewed that Mr. O'Keefe was last seen sort of on video exiting from a bar at about 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Were you also aware that there were pieces of a cocktail glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it that were found right in the general vicinity of where his body was found?
That I don't remember.
I can't believe he asked about the hand bruising in that follow-up. I really just can't.
You talked about a couple of different patterns to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. So my question for you, doctor, is it your testimony that those, what you're terming as animal bites or scratches, were they caused at one time or multiple times, or how many times are we talking about?
You mean on different occasions?
As far as in, there are multiple abrasions, as you've termed them, and you're attributing them to an animal attack, correct?
I think that's the most likely explanation for these, yes.
And so my question is, sir, is that from the dog or the animal or whatever it is scratching Mr. O'Keefe once, more than once, based on what you observed in
Well, it's more than once. When I had the laser pointer here, I think I pointed to roughly, 1, 2, 3, 4 different areas. So it looks like, and you have, maybe there's an additional, the ones on the lower forearm, I should say, are harder to figure out. But it looks like 4, maybe 5 separate.
4 or 5 separate sort of swipes, whether they be with mouth or claws or whatever.
Yeah, that's correct.
And so is it your testimony that it's not possible that Mr. O'Keefe received that from some part of the motor vehicle, or a glass shattering, or shattering from a tail light?
Ruby Red in the chat is sharing an answer to Bonnie in the chat. It is this guy and then the 2 accident reconstructionist is what I expect to see today. I do not expect to see Karen Reed testify. I'd be very surprised if we do. I'll talk more about that when we get to the break. We talked about it a bit on Friday, but then my brain went into full Dave Day mode and we ended stream. So.
Or any sort of metal pieces underneath contained within that taillight housing as far as his interaction with the vehicle?
There were IV
They
punctures
don't look remotely like that to me.
On the hand.
So it's not possible, is that correct?
In my opinion, no.
You were asked about some questions with regard to
I wish I could see Lally's face so I could zoom
as far as
him.
dirt or grass.
I was going to ask about
Familiar
frozen
with
ground.
what the weather was like at the time that Mr. O'Keefe, you testified earlier, you were familiar that he was found in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what the temperature was like as far as, my question is this, sir. Understanding cushioning of grass and dirt under normal conditions, but if the ground is physically frozen based on the temperature of outside, would that impact as far as your understanding of the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Objection.
No, you can ask about the
No,
frozen
I
ground.
mean, even if there was a small coating of ice, I wouldn't change my opinion based on that, no.
I'm not talking about ice, sir. What I'm talking about is the ground itself being physically frozen based on the temperatures outside.
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the hard surface that you're talking about, would that include asphalt pavement?
Yes, it could.
And as far as those injuries, the speed, if Mr. O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle and was projected away from that vehicle and then struck his head on the ground, would that be sufficient force, in your opinion, to cause the skull fracture on the back of his head?
I think that's outside his.
If all that happened, yes, and onto asphalt or something like asphalt, yes, if that's indeed what happened. But like for other reasons, I don't think that is what happened.
Now, you testified or you asked some questions about.
For other reasons, I don't think that's what happened. I wonder if the defense is going to follow up on that immediately in cross, because his statement was, for other reasons, I don't think that's what happened.
Your opinion as to or consistency with the physical altercation, is that right?
Yes.
And the sort of swelling in Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as far as the ecchymosis concerned there, that was related to the brain injury. Is that your understanding?
Well, the skull injury rather than the brain.
Skull injury, which leads to the bleeding of the brain, which then leads to the swelling of the eye. Right?
Well, yeah, but no, I mean, let's be clear about this. I mentioned the fractures earlier on that came from the back and went all the way towards the front of the skull, including what are called the orbital plates, which are the bones, the parts of the frontal bone that are right over the eye sockets. And the bone there is very delicate. It's the thinnest part of the skull. Anyway, the photographs and the autopsy report clearly show that the fracture involved that on each side, both orbital plates, in other words. And it's that fracture, it's not the brain itself, but it's that fracture which leads to the bleeding that causes the black eyes, if you want to call them that way.
And as far as what your review of the medical records, your review of the autopsy report, photographs, things like that, you observed nothing as far as fractures to Mr. O'Keefe's eye sockets, correct?
Well, the orbital plates, in a sense, are part of the eye sockets, but they're the upper, they're the roof.
You're not going to outdo, you're not going to out-medical the ME, Lally.
There were no fractures that appeared to be coming from the front, no.
As far as the sclera, was there any broken blood vessels or anything that you observed in either the notes or the reports or the photographs or anything else that you saw?
Broken blood vessels were?
The sclera.
Huh?
The sclera of the eyes? You know what that is?
Oh, the eye, yeah. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. Just couldn't hear what you said, yeah.
The rudeness. There is no need to be rude to experts if they're not rude to you first. There is no need at all. I think if the jury is not already frustrated with Lally, these types of things will be frustrating. He's like, you familiar with that? Sir, 13,000 autopsies. Just fucking check yourself.
No, as far as I know, the eyes were clear, yeah. The eyes themselves were clear, yeah.
Now, as far as the minor injuries that you were talking about, as far as the eyelid or the nose, as far as the minor lacerations you were talking about, there was no bruising around any of those lacerations, correct?
The eyelid laceration, don't forget, is in the same area where we have the other injury, and it's a little bit hard to figure out whether how much hemorrhage, how much of that black eye could even be related to the laceration, because you've got two possible explanations for the black eyes. One is the skull fracture I've already mentioned, but that doesn't rule out his getting an impact as well on the front, but there's no way you can separate them.
Right.
But as far as around those minor lacerations that you're talking about, you didn't observe or see any record of any bruising or any broken bones in those areas whatsoever?
No, the main one that I was relating to when I spoke about the altercation question was the laceration on the eyelid. That's not related to the head injury that we've been discussing.
From the back of the
So
head.
it's a separate injury, and it's from some kind of blow to the front.
The minor lacerations that you observed, would they be consistent with being struck by broken pieces of glass or broken sharp pieces of plastic?
If it was indeed a laceration, as it was described, then no, because lacerations by definition, although this is a term that's often misused, by the way, even by some doctors, but a laceration by definition is an open wound caused by blunt force, not sharp.
Right.
So blunt force, as far as what I'm asking is it possible that the lacerations to his face were caused by a blunt object that then shattered and caused the lacerations to his face?
Once they shatter, they become sharp.
I find that hard to imagine. I find that very hard to even conceive of.
So it's not conceivable? Is that what you're saying?
To me, no.
And from your review of whatever reports and medical records and everything else, what, if anything, did you see? Or did you see anything that had to do with an animal being present on scene, or an animal being near Mr. O'Keefe's body, or Mr. O'Keefe being inside the house?
I don't know. I mean, but I heard there was an animal somewhere around the place, a dog. I think you mentioned the dog earlier.
Somewhere around the place.
Somewhere around the place, but no evidence that you've seen that animal interacted with Mr. O'Keefe in any way.
No, I wasn't there, obviously, and
I can't tell you what animal.
all I can say is what I've already said, but I don't know any more than that.
I know you weren't there. What I'm saying is, from the material that you reviewed, was there any indication or any evidence of that animal ever being near, close to, or interacting in any way with Mr. O'Keefe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I have nothing further.
Thanks, Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach.
Sure.
All right,
Thank
into
you.
redirect.
So, Mr. Lally?
Dr. Sheridan, if you could just take a look at that photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I saw this photograph before. Yeah.
Could you describe that photograph to the jury?
It shows the decedent's knees taken from the...
There was a good question in the chat, and it scrolled by before I got to grab it, but it said, would this pathologist be able to say if what happened to John O'Keefe happened in a house or not? He was asked that specifically and said no. Look, pathologists aren't going to be able to say, unless there is some other thing that proves it, that they were inside, outside, what have you. He ended up outside, and then he can talk about the rest of the injuries. So he did answer that specifically, that he cannot tell that. And it's not him, it's any pathologist can't tell you that.
Right side, but you can see both knees. Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, permission to mark this and then publish it.
Those
Put it into evidence? Okay, is there any
that should already be
objection,
in
Mr.
evidence.
Okay.
Those are photos of the victim's legs or knees. That's going to get marked.
That would be exhibit 657.
Dr. Sheridan, you were asked on cross-examination about injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Is this the injury that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, this has been mentioned before. It's an abrasion.
And that's the extent of the injury to Mr. O'Keefe's knee,
Yeah,
correct?
that's it. Yeah, in that area. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions.
All right. All right, Dr. Sheridan, you are all set, sir.
Very well. Thank you, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we are done with witness 4 for the defense, and we should be getting into the accident reconstructionist as the defense gets towards the end of their case. And again, that's me assuming that the defense is not calling their client. I imagine that they won't. So this is going to be Wolfe, because I can hear them calling him in the hallway. I'm going to zoom that. All right, chat. Remain calm. We're getting into the last 2 witnesses of the defense's case.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Wolfe. Good to see you again. Yes, Michelle. Michelle reminded me I meant Crash Daddy.
Okay, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, could you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
Daniel.
Later, you have to remind me to tell you that the gentleman that ended up sitting in front of my friend and I, at Dave, lawyer friend and I, is, as we were talking about another Dave show, and he's like, oh, I can't, I'm going to be at trial. And of course, the two lawyers are both like, tell me more about that. Expert witness in vehicle collisions, visibility. Sometimes the universe is hilarious. Let's continue.
Michael Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Dr. Wolfe, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And what is ARCA exactly?
So ARCA is a forensic engineering consulting firm. We have a variety of disciplines that include human factors, biomechanics, crashworthiness, accident reconstruction, just to name a few. Based on your title, it sounds like you're the director of the entire accident reconstruction format for ARCA, correct? That is correct.
Respectful.
What sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
So we do a lot of work in civil litigation. So we work with insurance carriers, law firms, but we also consult with and do projects with the federal government, as well as the National Hockey League on player safety. So we're involved in a number of research projects as well.
Hey, Mr. Wolfe, I don't remember if he said Dr. Wolfe. It might have been Dr. Wolfe. The chat has me dying, so I've already forgotten. Thank you for saying National Hockey League, because I got so confused last time. Because we've heard his background, training, and experience already, I am going to put him at 1.25, and that is what we will do. You guys are asking me also about the lovely Dave friend that I met who was there with his wife. He had a glorious sleeve tattoo. So that is where we're.
Is there other clientele?
I think we selfied at some point. I don't think I have it, though.
Or biomechanics or human factors issues.
I don't quite remember.
In terms of beyond the parties that I just listed?
You mentioned the U.S. Department of Defense.
Yes, the military, yes, the Army.
Tell me a little bit about the work that you've done for the Department of Defense.
Well, that was before my time, but I'm aware of projects that dealt with working on vehicles that were over in the Middle East, where they basically designed energy-absorbing seats because there was injuries when the vehicles were going over IEDs.
The other witness did that.
Is ARCA known both nationally and internationally? Is it recognized as a leader in accident reconstruction issues?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction at ARCA, do you specialize in both accident reconstruction and the human factors that are associated with such reconstruction where necessary?
Yes.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of what is accident reconstruction?
I think a simple definition in my mind would be the application of physics, engineering, science, and mathematics to collision events. I always like to think of it as if you open up a puzzle box and you dump the piece.
Okay. He's saying if you open up a box and dump the puzzle pieces, I also use puzzle analogies. So, it wins my heart because the puzzle analogy for a crash makes sense just like it does for a trial.
Is out and you've got a bunch of pieces and you're trying to piece together the evidence to see how everything fits to get a clear picture.
And what is the application of human factors to that process?
So to give you an example of human factors in the field of accident reconstruction, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility and conspicuity work. So to give you an example of that, let's say a driver's driving down the road at night, there's a pedestrian that's crossing the road. So we want to have an understanding based upon that pedestrian's clothing, the headlights of the vehicle, any potential artificial lighting in the area. When does a driver recognize that individual on the roadway? And then we can also look at literature to have an understanding of how do drivers respond based upon the hazard they're presented with. So there's different responding to a vehicle suddenly stopping in front of them.
Dr. Wolfe, as an accident reconstructionist, do you investigate and reconstruct both passenger vehicle issues, commercial vehicle issues, motor vehicle pedestrian issues, all of the above?
Yes, I see all types of accidents.
And how long have you been doing this work with ARCA?
A little over 7 years now.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you've just described for the jury?
Back in 2012, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my courses while at JMU included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, along with your other engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
What additional training or experience do you have as it relates to accident reconstruction in addition to the formal education and the PhD?
Certainly. So in addition to my undergraduate degree and my PhD, I've continued to take courses through Northwestern University in crash reconstruction. Some of those courses have included human factors, lighting. I've taken courses on electronic vehicle data, photogrammetry, three-dimensional laser scanning. So I've continued to take courses subsequent to graduating.
Do you also
Laser
hold any
scanning like
accreditations
LiDAR?
in terms of accident reconstruction?
Yes, I'm accredited by an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstruction.
Are you trained in photogrammetry?
Yes, sir.
Is that to determine vehicle crash incidents or the circumstances surrounding them based on map scenes, evidence from photographs, things of that nature?
Absolutely. So photogrammetry is the science of extracting information, if you will, out of photographs. So things dimensionally about an object, spatially, without ever actually physically seeing the object or inspecting it.
So you don't have to be at the scene to effectively and scientifically reconstruct it to your satisfaction?
No, not at all. And quite frankly, to be honest with you, in my world in civil litigation, oftentimes by the time a case comes across my desk, it's, the accident happened 5 years ago. Some I've even had 10 or 15 years ago. So getting access to the vehicle at that point, it's going to be a long shot.
Doctor, are you a member of any professional societies?
Yes.
Describe those, please.
So I'm a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, SAE. I'm also a member of the National Association for Professional Accident Reconstructionists, the Optical Society of America, and also the Illuminating Engineering Society.
The Illuminating Engineering Society.
Would you say in your experience in your career
Let
you reconstructed or
there be light.
you or your team members?
I don't actively track that. If I had to estimate at this point in my career, it'd probably be well over 1,000.
And how many of those 1,000, I know you'd have a number specific, but how many of those 1,000 would you say involved pedestrians as well?
Several hundred. As I mentioned earlier, a great, excuse me, a great deal of my work is in the field of lighting and visibility. So there's a direct correlation between time of day and pedestrian incidents. We see a rise in the evening and night hours just due to drivers having difficult ability to try to perceive and recognize individuals. So I certainly see a lot of pedestrian collisions in my casework.
You've done testing or research as it relates to the kinematics and the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles.
Absolutely. So we do a number of tests at ARCA to look at the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles. One of the ones I know I did most recently where we were evaluating a vehicle essentially rolling over a pedestrian. So we wanted to understand the vehicle dynamics as well as the interaction between the pedestrian and the road surface. So we conducted testing at ARCA to evaluate that.
Does ARCA have any other disciplines other than just accident reconstruction?
Absolutely. So as I mentioned earlier, we have crash worthiness. So again, that's where you're going to be looking at the safety of a vehicle. How does it perform in a crash? We have human factors, failure analysis, premise liability, and biomechanics.
As an accident reconstructionist, doctor, do you or have you studied or tested the forces that are at play between objects interacting, a human being interacting with a vehicle, for instance?
Yeah, absolutely.
Part of what you do.
Yes, sir.
Describe that.
So we use hybrid instrumented dummies at ARCA for our testing. So if we want to have an understanding that an occupant in a vehicle, the forces that they might experience, or for any matter, again, if it's an instance where you have something that...
Wait, it's not like a punching dummy that's just on like a stick? Like, what?
Ends up falling on someone's head, and you want to have an understanding of the forces involved in that. We perform testing with hybrid dummies.
Have you ever authored any peer-reviewed papers in the field of physics?
Yes, sir.
Describe those for me.
So I have a number of papers in
This is why he was asking Trooper Paul if Trooper Paul had published. I'm sorry, the closed captioning's the defense's tech guy, it got done in by the closed captioning. But this is why he was asking Trooper Paul if he had authored any peer-reviewed articles in the area of physics.
The field of lighting and optics. I have a recent publication that deals with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records as well.
Is that called Toyota Vehicle Control History, Sudden Braking?
He has a recently published article about Lexus and Toyota.
History recording characteristics.
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that specific to dealing with vehicles and their interaction with other vehicles and or pedestrians?
It involved looking at the various triggers that system is capable of recording. And specifically, it was looking at what triggers a sudden braking event. So we were able to determine that those triggers...
Just so I can put a point on it, Trooper Paul didn't download the Toyota service stream software because he didn't know it existed. This witness has written an article about the triggering events that publish or that write to the Toyota stream software. Trooper Paul couldn't explain what those triggers were. This gentleman has written an entire article that is peer-reviewed on that.
The sudden braking event is triggered when a driver, or I should say the vehicle, reaches...
May we approach?
Sure. I should have just waited. Sudden braking events. And we need to hear more about that. We need to hear a lot more about sudden braking events. I'm going to zoom. It's hilarious.
Yes, you can move on.
You've been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction.
She told him to move on. but the publication in the area of sudden breaking events, I think, is fair ground. So we'll see.
Instructions, is that right?
Yes, sir.
If we come back around to it.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
That is correct.
At the time you did your expert review, Dr. Wolfe, and your consultation, you and I had never met.
That's correct.
You did not know who I was.
I did not.
You'd never met Ms. Little.
No.
Mr. Unetti.
No.
Matter of fact, you'd never heard of this case.
That's correct.
You were hired by another agency not connected in any way to the defense. Is that right?
Correct.
And not connected in any way to the Commonwealth. Is that right?
Correct.
So your analysis and your conclusions and your opinions are completely independent of the defense and the Commonwealth in this case. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained. Mr. Jackson, you can ask it differently.
When you did your analysis and conclusions, well, let me ask it this way. You finalized your report, you and your team, correct?
Correct.
That report is contained in a multi-page document.
Right. Completely independent.
Following your analysis and your opinions and conclusions, right?
Correct.
The defense didn't have anything to do with that, correct?
Correct.
You've never
Chat,
met us.
you're right.
You didn't know who we were when you did this.
Correct.
You never met Mr. Lally. Didn't
Wait,
know who
wrong
he
one.
was when you did this.
Correct.
So your analysis, opinions, testing, and conclusions were requested by a completely separate agency.
That is correct.
There you go,
Goes
Chad.
without saying, but I'm
Thank you.
going to ask it anyway. You haven't been paid by the defense,
You have not paid us anything, no.
and you don't work for us.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, I've never asked you specific questions about your testing.
Technically, he was hired by the GOA, but GOA? DOJ. It's wild when the dyslexia comes out verbally, but he was hired by the DOJ.
Before today.
Technically.
That is correct.
Your work product, the report that you provided, was provided
we're
both
still at
to the
1.25,
defense as well as
Chad.
the Commonwealth. Is that right?
For now.
That's my understanding, yes.
And you were equally available to both sides.
In terms of them reaching out?
Correct.
Yes,
And I called you ultimately after receiving your report, asked if you join us and testify, correct?
that is correct.
That was interesting the way he did that. Just kind of pointing out, hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, without saying it, hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the prosecution had this info, the defense had this info, and look at who called him to testify. We did. We did.
Were you and your team asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court?
Yes, sir.
Was your team asked to do this by the agency that ultimately retained you, not us?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who would ultimately undertake this job of accident reconstruction?
It was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
What was Dr. Rentschler's role in this case as it's distinguished from your role in the case?
Certainly. So Dr. Rentschler is a biomechanical engineer, and ultimately he assessed whether or not there was a mechanism for the injuries of Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what was your focus? If he's talking about the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, what was your focus in your reconstruction and your analysis?
I would simply say it was looking more at the damage to the vehicle.
Okay, so in terms of your team and the responsibilities of each of the team members, you were more focused on the damage to the SUV. Dr. Rentschler was more focused on the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I think that's a fair characterization, although with the caveat that we worked together as a team. So we weren't isolated kind of in those areas, not speaking to each other. We certainly worked together on the analysis.
Understood.
Collaborative.
Were you provided or did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes.
What were you provided?
We were provided photographs of the incident location. We were provided photographs of the Lexus. There were a couple of incident reports that we received. I could look at my report for the full list, but those were the ones.
You can go ahead and do that, Doctor.
Do you have the report with you?
Yes, sir.
I have a copy of it.
So he's able to
Sure.
review his report for what he reviewed. KH, thank you for the super chat. House long till the state of Massachusetts declares a state of emergency within the DA's office. I'm sure they'll be looking at what the feds are investigating. What, if any, sanction does 88 Lally face for unethical prosecution and evidence
How
tampering?
many categories of materials?
First, things would have to be proven. Second, it seems that Lally had the support of his office to go forward with this prosecution. So it's really going to depend on what happens in that federal investigation after this trial is done. So, and what is proven from that. So we'll see. Possibly some, possibly
Provided
none.
it would be approximately 10.
Could you list those off for the jurors, please?
It would be the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts
still at
Department of State
1.25.
Police crime scene report, OCME dispatch removal report, photographs of the incident location, videos of the incident location, photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570, photographs of recovered evidence, crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570, report of autopsy, and autopsy photographs.
Sleuthy TV said that they had
Based on these
tornado warnings in Massachusetts yesterday. The storm that took out my concert on Saturday had moved east. It caused, as I flew west, it was causing quite a lot of problems for those trying to fly east from my direction. So, yes, the storms from Saturday moved that way.
data that you were provided.
Chad, I see you asking me to slow it back down. We will go back to normal speed. We are getting into the territory of where he has not testified yet, the background training experience we heard during voir dire day. So.
Were you able to satisfactorily, to your mind, engage in the consultation that you were hired to do?
Yes.
And come up with some opinions and conclusions based on scientific certainty?
Yes.
Did you review scene photographs of the alleged incident?
Yes, sir.
What information were you able to glean or gather from your review of the photographs, from the scene specifically?
Mm-hmm. So from those photographs, I was able to identify there was fragments of transparent red, clear plastic. There also appeared to be pieces of chrome and black plastic. I also observed what appeared to be glass fragments along with a black drinking straw.
Did you also review some videos?
Yes.
That was out at the scene, maybe a leaf blower?
Oh, God.
Correct. It appeared to be daytime, yes.
Okay. What did you note about the photography at the scene of the items that were being photographed?
Well, I think one thing that comes to mind is it was a little bit difficult to follow the evidence, so to speak. So typically, when I go out and do an inspection, especially of a fresh incident, let's say I've got
It was a little difficult to follow, you say? Weird.
Debris field, or I've got tire marks. What I like to do is kind of step into the scene, if you will, where you take global perspective shots and then you step into a specific piece of evidence so that you can, at a later point in time, identify where that evidence is. I noted that in a lot of these photographs, I didn't see a whole lot of that stepping in. It was essentially just zoomed right into where that evidence is, but not really having a great understanding of where was it relative to all the other evidence.
Weeks.
Or when it got there?
Correct.
Well, I've been saying that for weeks.
Based on your review of...
Where is the photo of, like, this is the flagpole, then this is where that evidence is, and then zooming it back down. Yes, sir, I agree.
All the materials that you described for the court, did you get an understanding of what the Commonwealth's theory of the case is, specifically that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the Lexus SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that the allegations before the court were that Mr. O'Keefe was struck by the vehicle?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask
What?
it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Why?
Did you perform an accident reconstruction specifically focused on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe?
No. That's the court feed. That is the court feed as they're getting to his opinion. What the fuck? Okay.
Mr. O'Keefe with the result of being hit by a vehicle.
It is too early for
Yes.
my heart to do this. We're okay. We're okay.
During your analysis, did you note the damage?
Let's see if we can piece together that question real quick from that glitch. Hold on.
Based on determining whether or not damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe? Also focused on whether or not the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were the result of being hit by...
He's asking if this is what he was asked to conclude, that the damage to the Lexus was consistent with hitting Mr. O'Keefe. He was asked to do that.
Yes.
Okay. During your analysis, did you note
So that's what he was
the
asked to
damage
analyze.
to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Describe that, please.
So the primary damage was to the right taillight. It appeared to be fractured with the majority of the lens cover, so that clear and red plastic covering missing from it. In addition to that, if you're looking at the back of the vehicle, to the left of that, in the area above there's also another tail lamp assembly on the lift gate. So above that assembly, there was a small dent along with some paint chips on the bumper, more so on the wraparound section as it kind of curves around to the right side of the vehicle. There appeared to be some superficial scratches as well in that area.
Was there any other damage or deformation that you were able to glean from your review, the photogrammetry, damage to the Lexus, the bumpers, the panels, the quarter panel, the sheet metal, anything like that?
No, the rest was remarkably intact.
Is it common in vehicle pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that?
Absolutely. Assuming
Jackson, did you just ask him if it was concomitant to the injury in front of this jury? What are we doing? It's day 30, sir. Can we stop? What other damage would you generally see to a car?
Pedestrian collisions that there is some sort of bumper displacement and or sheet metal deformation that's concomitant to that.
Absolutely. Assuming a pedestrian is positioned in a normal upright position, you certainly would expect to see damage to the bumper. In a lot of cases, what happens is, the bumper is just clipped on. So again, the force of that impact will oftentimes cause the bumper to kind of become unmounted or unclipped. You certainly could see deformation to body paneling, such as the lift gate or the quarter panel as well.
Is that especially true at higher speeds, meaning above 15 miles per hour or so?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Was there any apparent damage to the Lexus that appeared consistent with any kind of pedestrian interaction that you saw?
No, it was really confined to just the taillight, a very isolated portion of the vehicle.
Not
During
what you would expect.
Your review and your investigation, did you note information concerning items that were supposedly found on the bumper?
Yes.
What was that?
I believe it was noted there was 2 apparent glass fragments located on the top bumper cover.
What's the significance of the presence of those items or the lack of materiality of those items in your view?
Well, again, I think this, going back to the scene evidence, again, we knew that there was glass fragments, what appeared to be from a drinking glass, at the scene of the alleged incident.
Is there any glass consistent with the glass that was supposedly found on the bumper, in the taillight housing, the taillight mechanism, anything from the car, from the Lexus, that would account for that glass?
Okay, I think I understand. So the taillight itself is not comprised of any glass. It is all plastic. So that damage, or I should say that glass on the top bumper cover could not have come from the right taillight.
Now, based on your review of the information that was provided to you, did you undertake any testing of that vehicle? I'm sorry, any testing concerning the damage to the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
All right, can you describe what that testing was?
So we performed, again, this is with Dr. Rentschler and I working together on this again. We performed projectile testing to the tail lamp with a drinking glass as well as a hybrid head form.
I'm very interested. I'm very interested to hear about that because I have wondered if the glass was hurled at the car, but then it doesn't, or struck the car when it was, or John O'Keefe's hand was struck while it was holding the glass, and if that changed things. But then how did the glass end up with John O'Keefe near the flagpole? I'm very interested to hear about the testing they did with a head form striking the taillight and a glass striking the taillight.
One at a time. How would you describe the drinking glass test?
Certainly. So again, from our review of the evidence, we knew that we had an isolated portion of damage to Lexus confined to the taillight. So we know that we're dealing with potentially a small object that could have created that. Looking at, again, the evidence in terms of the scene photographs, we know that we have a damaged drinking glass at the scene in the vicinity of the fragments of the taillight. So the theory that Dr. Rentschler and I put forward is potentially an individual threw this drinking glass at the back of the Lexus, causing the taillight to fracture.
I'm going to interrupt you right there. You and Dr. Rentschler formed that theory and wanted to test that theory, correct?
Yes.
You were not told that theory by the defense because you'd never met us.
Correct.
You were not told that theory by the Commonwealth. You never met them, correct?
Correct.
Your theory was the product of simple
Logic. His theory was hey, if the evidence is the two of them got in a fight and she dropped him off at the house and she was driving away or backing up, could it be that the glass was thrown at the car? Could be.
Having some facts extant in the data. You got a broken drinking glass, a broken taillight. Let's put them together and figure out if the drinking glass could be responsible for the taillight and vice versa.
Absolutely, yes.
You guys are going to do testing.
Your determination of, well, we were given
testing.
instructions to reconstruct this. Let's look at every single angle, correct?
Absolutely. And I will note, as part of the engagement with the entity that retained us, we were asked not to do any outside research or investigation of the case. It was to be based solely on the evidence that we were provided.
Okay. As a matter of fact,
I don't know if there would be signs of the drink from the glass. There was a straw. So a straw would be signs of a drink from the glass because it seemed like a fairly full-ish glass when he took it out of the bar, but they did find a straw. So there's that.
Importantly, while you were doing your testing, had you ever even heard of the Karen Reed case?
No.
So getting back to that testing, and I interrupted your flow, you were looking at whether or not the glass could have produced the damage to the rear taillight that you saw, correct?
Correct.
And what did you do in furtherance of making a determination about whether or not that was possible?
Certainly. So myself and one of our lab technicians at ARCA, we designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly and directly behind.
They yeet cannon a drinking glass so they could yeet cannon a drinking glass at a car and see if it would shatter a tail light. His job is Mythbusters. It's like, let's rig up a cannon to fire whiskey glasses at a car.
Behind that was a pressurized vessel.
He likes the cannon,
and
for sure.
Depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool job. Tell me what the results of your testing was with this pneumatic.
The two of them just turned into 13-year-olds and they're like, this is so fucking cool. To be fair, all of us just turned into 13-year-olds going, this is so fucking cool. I think what Alan Jackson said at the end of this was, that's a cool job. Sir, what do you do for a living? I get to make cannons and shoot things at cars and see at what speed it will break shit. Oh, you get to just scientifically break shit? Yes. I'm gonna just back up from this from this smile. No, I'm not. I'm gonna screenshot this before I do that. Hold on. You know your expert loves their job when this is their fault. Wait, I did that badly. Hold on. Emily, is this easier when you're at home on your 3-screen setup? Yes. Are we making things happen anyway? Yes. Accident reconstruction. It's pretty awesome. All right, we're going to back up real quick from here. Dude, did you build a cannon? Yes. Oh my God, I love this so much.
We designed and developed a pressurized air cannon. So it was capable of firing a projectile such as a drinking glass at the taillight. So it essentially, you can think of it kind of as a giant cannon, but it had a barrel, and then there was a valve that would open rapidly, and directly behind that was a pressurized vessel. And depending on the pressure, the PSI of that vessel, would determine essentially the speed at which that glass would be projected into the taillight.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Pretty cool job.
Yeah,
Tell me
he
what
did
the
say
results
pretty
of your
cool
testing
job.
was with this pneumatic cannon that would fire
That's
drinking
amazing.
glass?
Certainly. So we performed 2 different tests in terms of speeds. The target speeds were 30 and 40 miles per hour.
Why was that?
Well, so with consultation with Dr. Rentschler, he indicated that that is a reasonable speed at which an adult male or an individual, for that matter, could throw a drinking glass at the taillight.
Had anybody up to that point, told you any specific, let me see if I can rephrase that.
Information.
Had anybody indicated that there was any evidence?
Sir, when somebody gave you the down low on this case, did they tell you that? He's like, nah, there's a broken glass at the scene. Maybe somebody threw it. Sorry for the pause face.
Evidence whatsoever
Wolfe, my
that
apologies.
John O'Keefe had thrown a drinking glass at the taillight?
No.
Was this another example of you and Dr. Rentschler and your team just exploring sort of every
Science?
possibility and working a little bit in the blind?
Science.
Objection.
Sustained.
What was the reason that you decided, or you and your team decided, that you wanted to approximate how a grown man could throw a glass at a taillight?
Well, I think we wanted to have an understanding is when a projectile such as a drinking glass interacted with the taillight, would we get damage on the test taillight that was consistent with that of the subject taillight?
Understood. So based on your...
So, sir, let me get this right. What you said is, how the fuck could this have happened to cause this damage? Let's figure it out. Let's see if we can figure out how this could have happened. Just wait till they do this with a head, because they're going to do it with a head as well. Not a human head, but a replica head, to see if that'll do it, to see if they can replicate the amount of damage done. I am so fascinated to find out what their results are. And we didn't get any of this information in voir dire, so this is all new to us.
Your theory, were you able to approximate the damage on the taillight?
Yes.
Describe that for us.
So as I mentioned, we ran 2 tests. The target speeds were at 30 and 40 miles per hour. And there was a little bit of variability in terms of what our target was and what we actually achieved. So the achieved speeds were at 31 miles per hour and 37 miles per hour. So there's just depending on how the glass leaves the barrel, and some of the rotation can affect some of the speed, or ultimately the end result speed to that. So what I will say, though, is that with the 37 mile per hour projectile into the taillight, we noted and observed that there was damage that was consistent with that of the subject tail lamp, and that the test tail lamp had the majority of the outer lens fractured and missing, broken into pieces, as well as some underlying damage to some of the internal components as well.
Wow.
Are you saying, well, let me ask a different question.
Yeah, Alan Jackson is pausing because it seems that what he's saying is we were able to replicate the damage to the vehicle by hurling the drinking glass. But then how did the drinking glass end up back by where John, we're going to go there later, but yes, we were able to replicate this level of damage from the drinking glass being thrown at the vehicle, which again, the defense is trying to say, are there multiple reasonable ways that this could happen? Could you see John O'Keefe and Karen fighting and you heard the voicemails and picture her backing up the car and him throwing a glass at the back of her car? So interesting will be how they calculate speed when the glass is going forward and the car is going backwards. So let's see what happens.
You were able to replicate the damage to the taillight using a pneumatic cannon firing a glass at 37 miles an hour directly at the taillight, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would also shatter the glass too, correct?
Correct.
Did you do any testing about whether or not
so it shattered the glass as
damage
well
to the taillight could be produced by a person simply holding a glass and being hit by the car driving in reverse?
We didn't do any testing of that, and primarily because, again, if we're looking at the arm and its total length, right? We only have a narrow damage pattern, which on the taillight, if you think about where where it meets the lift gate into where it starts to wrap around to the side of the vehicle, that's only about 6.5 inches in width.
All right. when you fired the glass into the taillight was static. In other words, it was not going to move. It was immovable at that point, correct?
Correct.
All right. So the glass is hurling through the air at 37 miles an hour and hits a static object that's resisting, and that smash is what produced ultimately the taillight damage that you were able to replicate. Is that right?
Yes.
If a person were holding in his hand the glass and the taillight were to hit that hand, the hand would not remain static, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Interesting.
If the taillight were to make contact with a person holding a glass, would that replicate what you did in terms of you firing a glass into the taillight? In other words, are they apples and apples?
No, I don't think it would be the same.
Okay. Why is that?
Well,
Arms
as I
move.
mentioned earlier,
Arms
again,
move.
the damage to the back of the Lexus is confined to just that roughly, again, when we're talking about the taillight itself, that 6.5-inch section in width.
Right.
So it's inconsistent with the total length of the arm, and certainly from discussion with Dr. Rentschler, inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
Inconsistent with the injuries to the arm.
That your investigation was
Interesting.
revealed concerning this testing. Are you saying that the taillight was damaged by John O'Keefe holding a drinking glass that was hit by an SUV?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's leading.
You, in all the information that you were provided, you were not provided anything that suggested that John O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight. Correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Their approach.
Yeah, it's just, yes.
She's going to say it's just that it's leading. I mean, it is. So he's saying that holding the glass is inconsistent with their studies because it's inconsistent with the injuries to the arm. And we're going to get to that with Dr. Rentschler, who's an accident reconstructionist whose last name is Rentschler, which I find delightful. All right, let's zoom past the side.
You are unmuted.
Oh, no. Don't glitch stream.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John?
I paused because I am glitching.
O'Keefe threw a glass at the taillight?
There we go.
No information.
What information, if any, were you provided that suggested that John O'Keefe may have had a pneumatic cannon with him that night?
I'm not aware of any information regarding that.
All right.
Pretty sure John O'Keefe didn't have a pneumatic cannon with him that night. But the defense, because they have thrown down a pretty defined theory, the defense is not going with, oh, it could be any of these possibilities. They have a much more narrow theory than that, but we'll see how the questioning continues.
You also did some testing concerning a drop test. Is that right?
Correct.
Tell us about that drop test testing.
Certainly. So again, through discussion with Dr. Rentschler, it was my understanding that Mr. O'Keefe had a skull fracture on the back of his head. So we wanted to do an evaluation of the interaction between the back of a head. In this case, we used again, talking about that instrumented dummy again, we used the instrumented hybrid head form to perform a drop test to evaluate the forces of an interaction between a tail light from the Lexus and the human head.
Wow.
What height did you choose to perform this drop test?
7.5 feet.
Why'd you choose that height?
Well, if you calculate it through physics and the acceleration due to gravity, that would equate to an impact speed of 15 miles per hour at that height.
And what was the significance of 15 miles per hour?
Well, that was essentially kind of a starting point for us, if you will. So I will tell you that in reverse, 15 miles an hour is fast. I don't know if you've ever looked at your speedometer when you're pulling into your driveway, reversing into a parking stall. Most people probably don't go more than 5 miles an hour or so. So 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast, especially when we're talking
15 miles an hour backwards. He's like 15 miles an hour in reverse is fast.
about, it's my understanding it was nighttime. There was winter conditions, potentially wet or icy roads. So again, that speed is going to be what I would say on the high end for going in reverse. So also, in addition to with respect to kind of just the nature of that speed, it's my understanding through discussion with Dr. Rentschler that at 15 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries to the human body when it makes contact with a vehicle. And I think one last point is that we needed to pick a speed where, again, this is kind of just us brainstorming, where we would have damage to the taillight, right? It would
This is just us scientifically brainstorming. You mean like trying to figure out and reconstruct the accident by trying to figure out what actually happened instead of going, oh, he was hit by the car, now prove it. They went, how does this injury in this human and the injuries to this human, how are those things consistent or not? Which is the right way to approach it. So he's saying at 15 miles an hour, you would have significant injury to a human, and they're trying to account for the broken taillight.
Fracture it, but it wouldn't completely obliterate it. So we knew if we chose a speed, for instance, of 40 miles an hour, we know we're going to completely essentially explode the taillight. But if we do, 1 mile an hour, we may not do anything to it, right? So we kind of had to pick a middle ground to again cause damage to the taillight.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck? The taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the...
I'm going to back that up. That's the most concrete and important thing I think we've heard. One of the most concrete things we've heard in 30 days. That's actually really, really helpful.
What was your conclusion with following that testing? What was your conclusion with regard to whether or not it was consistent or inconsistent with the damage to the truck? The taillight was consistent or inconsistent with making contact with John O'Keefe's head at or above 15 miles an hour?
So strictly speaking to a damage perspective, the 15 mile an hour interaction between the hybrid head form and the test tail lamp produced significantly more damage than that of the subject vehicle. So that indicates that, again, the damage on the subject tail light was less than that of the test tail light.
So if I were to ask you whether or not
So when they did the testing between whether a head collided with or whether John O'Keefe's head collided with the vehicle, and remember, the other doctor will testify about the injury, that the force and the injury that would be caused to a person, but they found that at 15 miles an hour, it did more damage than what we saw in Karen Reed's car at 15 miles an hour. The Commonwealth said she was backing up at 24. So
would be more or less damage to the taillight if you increase the speed to 24 miles an hour. What is your conclusion?
Well, you're talking about significantly more kinetic energy. So if you just think about it from, again, a kinetic energy standpoint, kinetic energy is equal to 1/2 times the mass and the velocity squared. So if you're squaring that velocity and you're going from 15...
I need a timestamp. Chat, the timestamp is at 2:07:50 of all of the scientific formulas by Dr. Wolfe, if you need those for sleep story at night, so he can just talk science to you. There we go.
Up to 24 miles per hour, you're going to get a significant amount of more energy associated with that. Probably, I could pull up my calculator, but you're probably looking at 2.5 more times energy than the 15 mile an hour test.
Which means 2.5 more times the damage to the taillight?
Certainly.
Which you did not see in your review of the materials, correct?
Correct.
So what is your opinion or conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the taillight was caused by striking John O'Keefe's head?
From a damage standpoint, it was inconsistent.
I want to shift gears back to the injuries that you saw concerning Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
The reason he keeps saying to a damage standpoint, he is an accident reconstructionist as to the damage to the vehicle. Dr. Rentschler, the next witness, is the one who will testify about the biomechanical engineering and the biomechanical forces on the victim's body.
Your investigation, did you look at photographs and investigate the injuries to
That's a
his right
huge
arm?
conclusion.
Yes, sir.
What's the width of the taillight, specifically from where it meets the lift gate on to the left side? I'm sorry, to the side of the vehicle, the right side of the vehicle. To the right.
So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, that is about 6.5 inches. It starts to wrap around to the right side. So really, it's even though the taillight continues, it's not projecting out on the back end where it's again wrapping around. So in terms of the width that is facing the rear, if you will, it's about 6.5 inches.
And you noted that there was a dent and some paint chips that you identified above the lift gate, correct?
Correct.
How far away from the right side of the vehicle were those scratches and that dent?
Approximately 20 inches.
What was the significance of that distance?
Well, again, to go back to your question about, I think if somebody was holding a drinking glass, right, and their arm was extended to cause that damage, or if it's theorized that those dents and chips were from that. Again, the thing that sticks out to me is that you have essentially the Lexus taillight.
So ask another question.
That was a fair question.
What's the significance of
the court is trying to rein this in
between
and I don't
the
know
dent
why.
and the tail light? In other words, that 20-inch area. Was it dented? Was it harmed in any way?
So in terms of, again, if we're talking about, again, looking at the back of the vehicle and we go to kind of where that right tail lamp just meets the lift gate, as I mentioned, there's another lamp assembly on the lift gate itself. There's also a chrome trim piece above that, and then certainly the body paneling to the liftgate itself. And I think what stood out to me is that between that dent and the fractured taillight, there was no observable damage to that area, which I would have expected had an arm been positioned there.
That's very clear. So I'm going to back it up because I don't know if Lally is standing, but he's looking over in that direction. What he said was there was no damage between that denting and chipping and the taillight, and I would have expected that if it had been from John O'Keefe's arm holding the glass.
Can you calculate, or could you calculate, or did you calculate the amount of force that would be required to strike a person just only on the outstretched portion of his arm in order to project him a number of feet, for instance, 30 feet in one direction or another?
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand. Objection.
Take a distance out of it. Break it down.
I'll ask you the same question, but without the 30 feet.
Okay.
Were you able to calculate, or could you calculate the force that would be required to strike a person on his outstretched arm hard enough to spin him around and project him a number of feet?
If you're talking about only an interaction between the arm and the back of the vehicle, no, there wouldn't be any projection. Again, if you think about this, the arm weighs about, again, with Mr. O'Keefe would be about 11 pounds. So you still have, another 200 plus pounds being held down by gravity, and the force is only acting on the arm. So essentially, the arm would be accelerated, but the whole body, because the center of mass is not being struck, would not be projected.
Because physics.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, the absence of damage that you described between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Good.
That would be inconsistent, in my opinion.
We're going to do that one more time.
Consistent or inconsistent with the absence of damage?
No.
Not be projected.
I went too far, but that's okay. I wanted to hear it again.
Is the absence of the damage that you described, the absence of damage that you described between the dent and the rest of the vehicle, with the exception of the taillight, is that consistent or inconsistent with striking an outstretched arm of a human being?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
That would be inconsistent in my opinion.
I think Jackson's doing a
Yeah,
really
just
good
one
job
more.
on this
Yes.
direct. It is clear. The opinions are clear. His opinions are.
And what is your opinion, doctor,
We'll let him finish.
as to the amount of damage that you would expect to see at 15 miles per hour or above on the taillight if, in fact, that vehicle were moving in reverse and were to strike something on a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Probably not.
I
Sorry.
can.
I'm trying.
What's your
Physics,
opinion?
that's right.
What damage would you expect at 15 miles or
From your
above?
testing, what would you expect to be? What would you expect to see in terms of the damage to the right rear taillight, if in fact that taillight were to make contact with a part of a human body, for instance, an elbow or an arm, at 15 miles an hour or above? What would the level of damage be as compared to the damage that you actually saw?
Well, if we compare it to, again, looking at the drop test that we did with the hybrid head, which weighs about 10 pounds. So again, if we're talking about now a human arm that's comparable in that
human
same
head
weight,
weighs what now?
we certainly would expect to see a comparable level of force and damage. So as I mentioned, if the arm is outstretched across the right tail lamp and into the liftgate section, I would certainly expect to see deformation to that body paneling, even potentially the tail light on the liftgate itself and that chrome piece as well.
Based on the entirety of your investigation, your entire team's investigation, all the testing that you did, all the biomechanical testing and the engineering and the physics testing that you did, in
Is
your
the
expert
damage to
opinion,
Karen Reed's
was that
vehicle
taillight
consistent?
damaged by striking John O'Keefe on the head?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is the damage to Karen? What is your conclusion as to the damage
your
of Karen
opinion,
Reed's car?
Was the taillight damaged by either striking Mr. O'Keefe on the head or the arm?
Objection.
Sustained.
Any reproach?
Yes.
It's leading.
You
That's
are
leading.
muted.
What is your that's leading? What is your conclusion? Well, I think there's room to argue around it being leading because it's asking his conclusion, and the answer could be no. It doesn't assume the answer. Andy's an expert, but we're gonna see what we get into. But he should be allowed to state his conclusion more clearly. What conclusions did you reach?
You are unmuted.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Last question, Doctor. In your expert opinion, based on all your testing, is the damage to the taillight that you saw consistent with striking a human head?
No.
In your expert opinion, is the damage to the taillight consistent with striking a human arm?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, jurors, we will take our morning recess.
All rise for the court, please.
The court's like,
You are
how much
muted.
longer? SG in the chat asked, can't he lead an expert? No, he can't. Asking for the conclusions, the leading, it has to assume the answer. And when you're asking for a conclusion, it doesn't really assume the answer. But that's where the issue is with the leading. I don't know if it matters. Let's speed us up in the stream to real time as they exit court. So give me one moment to do that, because if they are just about back from the break, we are just going to come right back from the break. So they are. So let's do a quick summary. And then we're going to resume with them from the break once the spinning wheel of doom stops.
Based on your review of any.
We're going to get right to cross-examination after the break. I just want to make sure it's queued up nicely for us, for Mr. Lally's cross-examination of this witness. So we are zooming past the entire morning break. Let's do a real quick summary because the defense only has one witness left. We are at the morning break that we are zooming through of trial day 30. It is Monday, June 24th. And witness Dr. Wolfe is on the stand. He's one of two ARCA accident reconstruction witnesses that were hired by the Department of Justice in the federal investigation into this case, or into the investigation into this case. His conclusions through awesome testing, in his own words, because he did in fact create a cannon to shoot whiskey glasses at a stationary taillight, and did determine that the force
of a glass hitting the taillight could replicate the damage to Karen Reed's vehicle. There was quite a lot of questioning from Alan Jackson about whether the glass being held by a hand hitting a car that was backing up would do the same thing. And he said that that was inconsistent with the damage that you would see to then the arm, but that the glass hitting the vehicle at speed did replicate the damage. A replica human head hitting the Lexus at 15 miles an hour, or the Lexus hitting it at 15 miles an hour, caused significantly more damage than what was seen on Karen Reed's vehicle. And it was his opinion that the damage to Karen Reed's vehicle is inconsistent with hitting either a head or an arm at 15 miles an hour or above. Of course, the Commonwealth's theory is that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe at over 24 miles an hour. And it was interesting hearing this expert talk about how much damage you would expect to the car, the damage to not just the taillight that's on the outside of the vehicle, but also within the tailgate and elsewhere, and crumpling to that vehicle based on their own testing, where they actually did, hit a vehicle with different things to test it. So I think very interesting testimony. We're going to get into that crash examination. Yes, cross-examination now to see what happens on cross. But the testimony is that the damage to Karen Reed's vehicle is inconsistent with it hitting a person. So as we continue into cross, I don't know where Lally's going to go with that, because this witness is eminently well qualified. And Lally has been going after very likable witnesses. These witnesses have all been way more neutral on cross than a lot of the Commonwealth's witnesses. Some of the Commonwealth witnesses came out just snapping at Jackson on cross-examination. These witnesses have been incredibly neutral on cross, and Lally is the one who is bringing the sass factor over the top with them in a way that sometimes is incredibly to me, seems incredibly rude. I'm also going to take a note, because I said on social Instagram that I would do this when we hit 40,000 live concurrent in the chat. At Alpine this weekend on Friday, it struck me that Alpine sold out seats 37,000 folks. And when we were there looking around at all of those people singing and dancing to Best of What's Around, I was like, our chat has more humans in it than Alpine Valley over the weekend. And that absolutely blows my mind. So welcome, humans of the chat. Do the YouTubey things. Let's continue with cross-examination of Dr. Wolfe. Lally, good luck with this, man. Don't sass at this witness. The jury is going to like him a lot, because you know why? He gave clear, concise answers. The jury's going to like this witness. We like this witness. So, this witness is incredibly well qualified, and his testimony makes sense with everything we've seen to me. Let me know if you agree or disagree.
Now, you, in conjunction with, Dr. Rentschler, is that correct?
Dr. Rentschler, yes.
It's the best name ever.
In conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr.
The judge is going to scream at Lally. I would really like Lally to start with, so you built a cannon? Can you tell me more about cannon? Tell me more about the cannon.
So you, in conjunction with Dr.
Keep your voice up, Mr. Lally.
Yes. You, in conjunction with Dr. Rentschler and Dr. Klein, wrote a report in regard to your analysis here, correct?
Correct.
And doctor, that report was issued on February 12th, 2024. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in the first...
Lally, the jury's been paying attention. They're going to start to connect these dates that's when a lot of the witnesses were interviewed in that second grand jury. So it's going to be clear to them that this is connected to that based on those dates.
Paragraph of that report, the last two sentences, you or whoever the author of that particular portion indicates, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty standard as far as your industry is concerned. You can only work with the information that you're provided. Is that correct?
Certainly.
Now, in this instance, you were provided 10 things, and then there were 4 additional things that either you or the other doctors had reviewed as far as literature or things of that nature. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And the 10 things that you were talking about were reports, an initial crime scene report, medical examiner dispatch removal report. Is that correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how many sets of photographs of the incident location were you provided with?
Spicy internet. And we're back.
In terms of the number of photographs?
The number of photographs, or were there different?
There was a series that were taken during the daytime, as well as ones taken what appeared to be in the early morning hours.
And you were also provided video from the early morning hours. Is that correct?
From what I recall, I think it was daytime, but yes.
Photographs of the vehicle, photographs of recovered evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
CDR report from the 2021 Lexus LX570, correct?
Correct.
Autopsy report, autopsy photographs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then some other things those would be the 10 things that you were provided with, and then there were 4 other things that you reviewed or part of your team reviewed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in regard to
All right, I need to check the strength of
section in your
my.
report called Review of Materials, and it talks about photographs and glass fragments and plastic fragments and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
You also talk about a black drinking straw that was recovered on scene. Is that correct?
Correct.
However, there's no mention in the report about Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or Mr. O'Keefe's hat. Are you aware of those items as well?
Yes.
And are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe's shoe was actually found dug out from the snow, sort of flush with the curbing in front of the area where his body was found?
Yes.
Now, over the course of your work as a crash reconstructionist, and again, I don't mean this in any way, shape, or form, but I'm just curious. Typically, you're reconstructing or you're looking at someone else's reconstruction in relation to something that occurred in the past, correct?
Not always, no.
Well, my question is, sir, how many times have you actually been on like a live scene where the vehicles are still in place at final rest, whether a body is in place at final rest? Have you ever been to a scene where those sort of conditions existed?
Certainly. We have a rapid response team that essentially we've been on site on the day of or the week of the incident, yes.
Now, how often is that?
Not nearly as often as, like I said earlier, we primarily do litigation work. So again, by the time we're retained, obviously the scene has been is no longer present.
Scene's been cleared, items have been removed as far as evidence or other things. That's mostly what you deal with, correct?
Sure.
And as far as the hat that we were talking about before, are you aware that that was recovered as well? Same day as the drinking straw on February 3rd in the area where the body of Mr. O'Keefe was discovered?
In the area of the front yard, yes.
Now, you have some familiarity through working as a crash reconstructionist.
What, if anything,
with
did I miss?
pedestrian collisions,
I'm
correct?
teasing.
Correct.
Is it common or uncommon for
Moved my hotspot
in the
before
course
it
of a
goes.
pedestrian collision for a shoe or glasses or a hat or something to fall off of that pedestrian in the collision sequence near where the area of impact occurs?
Well, I think that depends on the interaction between the two. If we're talking, if it's more of a side swipe type interaction, if we're just talking about an arm, for instance, contacting the vehicle, no, I would not expect the shoe to come off. If it's something where the entire body is interacting with the vehicle, then yes, there's a greater likelihood that something like a shoe will come off, yes.
So that is consistent in general terms with the pedestrian collision of the shoe coming off, correct?
That's interesting.
Again, based on the interaction between the two. I wouldn't say it's a blanket statement that, again, in all pedestrian interactions, you will have a shoe come off.
And
Right.
that's not the question I was asking. So
Well,
what I'm asking, is it generally consistent?
It's kind of exactly the question you were asking, as if in most motor vehicle collisions, the shoe comes off, because that's exactly what your expert said. Your expert said, well, the shoe came off, it must be a vehicle collision. Like shoes are off. It must, that must be what it is. It's literally one of your key arguing factors. When you argued against the motion for judgment of acquittal or directed verdict. What you argued was there was a shoe. I mean, there were a few other things, but yeah, it's exactly what you're arguing, Lally. It's
with
exactly
pedestrian
what it is.
collisions, that a shoe may come off during the collision sequence near the area of impact.
Mhm.
Shoes can come off in a pedestrian impact, yes.
Now, again, you were testifying earlier about the damage to the Lexus being isolated in the area of the taillight, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on the information that you were providing, correct?
Correct.
Now, with respect to any of the materials that you were provided, was there anything in the materials that you were provided that indicated that just the arm or an outstretched arm of Mr. O'Keefe interacted with the vehicle?
No.
And based on your review of any of the materials that you were provided, was there any information stating that Mr. O'Keefe had been struck in the back of the head by the taillight assembly of the Lexus?
No.
And based on any of the materials, let me ask you, based on any of the materials that you provided, were you aware that Mr. O'Keefe is on video exiting from a bar minutes before crash occurs at approximately 12:11 a.m. holding a cocktail glass in his right hand?
They know there's
I'm
a
not
glass,
aware of that video.
but they know there's a glass there because there's a glass there. They don't need a video of where the fuck the glass came from. They know the victim had a glass. They, in fact, built a yeet cannon to yeet glasses at the vehicle to see if the glass could have caused it. And the fact that Lally is like, well, nobody told you his arm was outstretched. Your expert's theory was that he didn't read your expert's report, but your expert's theory was that his arm was outstretched. His arm was outstretched, and that is what spun and projected John O'Keefe forward and to the side. Come on. He's like disproving his own expert at this point.
Over as far as the 10 things that you were provided, you weren't provided anything else, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And so sort of the questions that you endeavored to answer, those were questions that you didn't know from any of the materials that you were provided, is that correct?
What?
If I understand your question
No,
correctly, there was nothing in the material that indicated the questions we were to answer, if that's what your question was.
That is my question. So there was nothing in there, is that correct?
Correct.
That was a bad question.
They have a moment, John.
Yes.
They were asked to determine if the vehicle and victim injuries are consistent with those two things striking one another. How did this happen? Did this happen? What, if anything, happened, Lally?
You talked a bit about, you have some extensive background in human factors, correct?
Correct.
And as far as visibility, in particular, have you ever conducted a visibility analysis?
Absolutely, hundreds of times.
And you talked a little bit about conspicuity, is that correct?
Yes.
And part of conspicuity, at least one of the factors, would be a reasonable expectation of, in particular, when you're talking about a pedestrian collision. Part of the conspicuity factors would include sort of a reasonable expectation that a pedestrian would be in the path of the vehicle. Is that fair to say?
I don't understand your question.
Sure. When you're talking about conspicuity or visibility analysis, in particular, you're talking about something called PRT or perception reaction time, correct?
Well, that occurs after recognition. So first, a driver has to recognize that there's a pedestrian there before they can actually respond to it. So once they've recognized the pedestrian, then you start the perception response time where, again, the driver has identified what the hazard is. They're making a decision about what to do. They might be moving their foot from the accelerator pedal to the brake pedal. So again, kind of that's the action or the time frame in which a driver is undergoing action to potentially mitigate the collision.
And perception reaction time, that's a pretty commonly used industry sort of standard as far as
Well, Lally, you're not going to out-expert the expert.
Well, I would say that it's used in the field of accident reconstruction, but as I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there isn't a blanket number in terms of perception response time. As I mentioned, it's based upon the hazard that the driver is presented with. Again, if you've got a pedestrian crossing the roadway, that's going to be one particular perception response time based upon studies and naturalistic data versus a driver suddenly stopping in front of you, right? It's not the same perception response time in every scenario.
No, understood. And there's different variables that may affect that as
Lally,
far as someone's
did you
age,
listen
as far as
to that?
the lighting that's available, other things. Is that correct?
Sure.
And one of those things might be the reasonable expectation of a pedestrian being present in the roadway as you're driving along, correct?
Expectancy can play a role, yes.
In expectancy, what we're talking about is sort of the disparity or the difference between driving along a country road where there's no houses for miles and miles versus an urban area where there's crosswalks every 15 feet, correct?
Sure.
Yes, I'm singing Take Me Home
Now,
Country
in
Road
that
in my head.
expectation of privacy, how high would that be if we're talking about a pedestrian that actually
trying not to
exited from the vehicle that then
Get it stuck
strikes?
in all of y'all's heads.
I don't understand your question.
Let me ask you this. If the operator of the vehicle has a passenger who then exits the vehicle and goes.
Notice his demeanor on cross has not really changed that much other than the seeming struggle to understand what the questions are. We saw this a lot with Commonwealth witnesses that they had a marked shift in demeanor when they got into cross-examination. This witness and the last witness didn't. The cell phone expert a little bit, but it was more of the thing that experts do where he wanted to over-explain or re-explain things on cross, which you're not really typically supposed to do. But this guy's just like, what are you saying to me right now? It's noticeable to me.
Towards the back, would there be a high reasonable expectation that the pedestrian would be located in that area?
I don't know if I would classify it as high.
What would you classify it as?
Lally's, and I interrupted, but Lally is trying to ask, what is the driver expectation if they have just dropped off a passenger, that passenger may be behind their car? But if the expectation is that the passenger got out of the passenger side and is walking towards a house, then you wouldn't necessarily expect them to be behind your car. So let's get into
I honestly don't know that I have a classification to it.
Now, you never looked at
question.
the defendant's vehicle in this case, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant's vehicle is still in police custody and available for inspection?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you ever ask to look at the defendant's vehicle?
No.
Now, a typical
I don't think that's
pedestrian
going to be the
strike,
settling
for
factor for the
most part,
jury,
involves a
Lally.
pedestrian
I don't
in
think
front
that's
of
going
the
to
vehicle as
do
it's
it.
coming down a street. Is that fair to say?
That can be one type of interaction, yes.
Is that more prominently seen as far as your field than a rear collision?
I would say that's fair.
And there are various types of sort of interactions that the pedestrian can have with the vehicle in order
Going to be
to
lots of yawning from me
cause
today.
and sort of sustain injuries. Is that fair to say?
What I would say is that there's certainly, in terms of how the pedestrian interacts with the vehicle, in terms of whether they're being wrapped onto the vehicle or projected forward, certainly there's different types of interactions, yes.
So there's like a wrap and forward projection type of collision sequence. Is that correct?
Those are two common, yes.
There's also something called a fender vault. Is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of how or where that pedestrian is positioned with relation to the vehicle is somehow or somewhat determinative of the injury sustained. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Obviously, you're going to see different injuries if someone fender vaults and goes over the top of the vehicle versus someone who is projected forward from the collision sequence with the front of the vehicle.
Just to clarify, again, in this matter, I was not assessing injuries. That was Dr. Rentschler. I don't have an opinion.
What I'm saying is based on your experience, though, that you
I don't have an
understand that
opinion
there's a difference in the
on
injuries that you might expect based on the type of interaction that a pedestrian has.
Lally, why are you trying to go outside the scope of what he testified about on cross? Like, it's not going to help you. Like, what? Okay.
With the vehicle.
Yes.
And then if someone is wrapping forward projected and then the vehicle overruns that person, there'd be a whole other host of injuries that you'd expect to see based on being overrun by the vehicle, correct?
There could be, yes.
Oh, I don't think the defense would object. They're going to let this man talk about whatever.
The testing
And then
that you did,
if Lally starts getting into these areas, they can redirect on it. So
Just let Lally ask him questions. If I were the defense, I would trust this witness. He's a completely neutral witness. He's not their witness. He's not the state's witness. He's just like, I did what I did. I saw what I saw. So I would let him get into anything. I wouldn't object at all. If Lally wants to fumble around and ask him questions outside of his report, then that's on Lally.
With respect,
I would just let Lally go at this point.
That you're doing, correct?
That's fair, yes.
And am I correct in saying that in scientific experiments or in the world of scientific experiments, there are certain things called variables that you're trying to account for? Is that correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And essentially what you're trying to do is control as many of those variables as you can in order to best replicate whatever the conditions were at the time that, that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, so that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them.
We had them reach a steady state temperature to replicate how cold it would be. I love that Lally thinks this is going to be a moment of like, we didn't do it. I mean, it's probably in the report that they did it, but he's like, no, we cooled it down so it was a steady state.
To the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
It probably doesn't.
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
I love that Lally didn't know that was the answer that was coming, and they're like, obviously we control for factors. That's funny. Lally's like, wait, what?
Conditions were at the time that, that what you're testing to see actually occurred. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to control variables in relation to temperature?
So one of the things we did with all of the tail lamp assemblies that we tested is that we preconditioned them to approximately 28 degrees, so that they had reached a steady state temperature before we subjected them to the impact testing.
And where in your report does it say that?
I don't believe that's explicitly stated.
Is it implicitly stated anywhere in your report?
Again, I'm telling you, that's part of what we did for the testing.
I understand that's what your testimony is.
He's like,
you
but
wrote a
where'd you
report,
say it?
correct?
Right, and I don't know that I detailed every single part of the test. Again, we summarized it.
Understood. So what did you do to control any variable as far as wind?
Well, when you're talking about a projectile such as a glass, again, that's being projected at 37 miles per hour, again, there would be probably minimal effects in terms of the wind.
For wind
Even if
variability.
there was a blizzard going on.
Again, what we're going after here is ultimately conducting a test such that the drinking glass arrived at the location of the taillight. So if you're trying to say that, okay, he threw it this way and the wind blew it towards the taillight,
It still hit the
sure,
taillight.
that could be a possibility.
And sir, I'm not trying to say anything. I'm just
But it still hit the taillight. Like, the testing is to see what happens when the glass hits the taillight. So, Lally, how are you going to cross this witness to show that what he's saying happened matches your theory of the case? Because right now it feels like Lally is just trying to poke holes in what he has said, and that's not working well.
asking, are you aware that there was a blizzard and that there were wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour during the time that this collision occurred, and that's not accounted for in your test?
Were you aware of that, sir?
Nobody said there were wind gusts.
I'm
up to
aware that there
37
was inclement weather at the time, yes.
miles an hour.
Now, with
Maybe the
respect,
wind through the glass, Lally.
to
It still doesn't mean
what
Karen
type
Reed.
of glass did you use?
So we used a rocks drinking glass. So that's a glass that has a thicker base and a shallower sidewall.
And so what I'm asking, sir, was it a cocktail glass? Was it a pint glass? What kind of drinking glass were we talking?
Lally, he just said we used a rocks glass. Well, what kind of glass was it? Was it a cocktail glass? It's a rocks glass, Lally. That's a type of drinking glass. It is a type of cocktail glass. He literally just the fuck said it.
Talking.
A rocks drinking glass.
And how tall is that rocks drinking glass that you used?
If I had to estimate, I think it was about 3 or 4 inches tall, probably.
And the thickness, did you measure that as far as the thickness of the bottom of the glass?
No.
Was the thickness of the bottom of the glass thicker or more thick or less thick than the top of the glass?
Are you talking about this in comparison to
He
the
said that.
sidewall of the glass?
Talking about
He
in
said that.
comparison to itself. So you have a glass, this rocks glass.
He said thicker on the bottom and then thinner on the walls, consistent with a rocks drinking glass lally.
Was the bottom thicker or the top thicker?
You're thicker at the moment.
The sidewall would be taller, if you will, than the base.
And so when you're projecting this thing out of the device that you created, the whatever
Cannon.
it was.
Yeet cannon. Cannon.
Are you facing sort of the top of the glass where you would be sipping out of, or the bottom of the glass at the tail light?
So in the testing, the interaction between the tail light and the glasses was primarily between the base and the tail light.
Because the base is
Now, with
heavier.
reference to, I asked you a little bit about the video, and you weren't aware of Mr. O'Keefe exiting from the waterfall bar
That's
at
not a
12:11 in
serve.
the morning.
It's not even relevant to this
15,
witness.
20 minutes before he's struck by a vehicle. You're not aware of that?
Oh my God.
I'm not aware of that.
Now, with reference to that particular establishment, was there anything stopping you or the other doctors that you were working with from going to that establishment,
Yeah, they don't
finding
need
out
it.
what kind of glasses they had, getting an actual cocktail glass from that establishment?
They don't need it.
I had no idea that video existed.
Did you even know that Mr. O'Keefe was at a bar before he
Did you
was
even
struck by the
know?
vehicle?
I believe that in one of the incident reports we reviewed that there was, I think, a narrative about that they had been at a bar drinking, yes.
How is it that you determined where on the taillight assembly to aim?
So we looked at the fracture pattern and what it appeared to be that it was emanating from.
Did you hear I'm so glad you asked this question. Happy to answer it for you. Did you hear how delighted he was to be like, oh, I'd love to tell you.
Basically where the clear portion meets the red cover, we kind of saw that the fracture pattern emanated from that. So that's where we targeted it.
Now, when you did this testing as far as the sort of breakage or the pieces that came off the taillight, is it fair to say that they were of sort of different shapes and sizes, the broken pieces?
Sure.
Consistent with the broken pieces that were found on the scene near Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I would say that's fair.
Now, I know
Trying to
you may not
summarize
be
this into
the
notes
person
on
for
Lally's.
this, but just as far as your reviewed some of the
Questions are
autopsy
tough.
report medical findings in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Why are you asking
Correct.
about medical stuff?
And the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, correct?
Correct.
So there were injuries to his right arm and forearm, elbow area, correct?
Correct.
There was bruising to his right hand. Do you recall that?
Yes.
There was an abrasion to the outside or the posterior of his right leg near his knee. Do you recall that?
I don't know that I recall that off the top of my head.
And do you recall sort of the skull fracture or the laceration that immediately outside of the skull fracture was on sort of the right back of his head?
Yes.
Now, from the reports that you reviewed, were you aware that when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered by the defendant and two of Mr. O'Keefe's friends, that the defendant was the only one who could see him in the conditions?
Objection.
Sustained.
As far as the lighting was concerned in that area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, are you aware there was no
Why does it
overhead
matter?
street ambient lighting or anything like that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not aware of that.
And you didn't do any visibility analysis or anything in relation to this case, correct?
That wasn't a part of my scope in this case.
Well, as far as part of your scope, did you define that you indicated earlier that there were questions that you didn't find in the materials that you asked and conducted experiments to prove or disprove, correct?
Well,
He was
again,
doing a damage
the
analysis.
entity that retained us in this asked us to evaluate whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with the interaction or in interaction between the two.
So you were at least somewhat restricted in the scope of what you could do based on the parameters given to you by the agency that hired you. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
Nope. Nope.
The FBI!
Yep. Chaos. Again, his scope was, are the damage to the vehicle and
Now,
damage
as
to the
far
victim
as any
consistent
statements
with
by
an
the
interaction
defendant,
or not?
two, investigating troopers either that afternoon or that morning when Mr. O'Keefe's body was discovered, were you familiar with any of those?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to
I'll allow
ask
that.
if he knows what everybody ordered
I'm
at
not
the
familiar
waterfall.
Sure.
And they're approaching. And we are going to zoom while they approach in the course of this cross-examination. That isn't really going well. I think this is a great witness. I don't think they're very helpful to the Commonwealth. I think it's helpful to the jury's fact-finding mission. The job of the jury is to try to ascertain what happened here and if the defendant did it. I think this witness helps the jury ascertain what happened here and if the defendant did it.
So, Doctor, with regard to the defendant's statements, at any point where you did you review materials, or were you made aware that the defendant said to multiple people on scene, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
I'm not aware of that.
Right. He's not reviewing the statements. He's reviewing the damage.
Yes.
To see if the damage is consistent or not consistent.
The report that you and the other doctors
Lally, you don't have to just
submitted,
keep talking.
There's an indication that if either Mr. O'Keefe's arm or head had interacted with the taillight, there'd be some expectation that either blood or DNA would be contained on that taillight. Is that correct?
I believe, yes, that was stated in the report.
And at any point were you made aware that Mr. O'Keefe's DNA actually was recovered from that taillight assembly from the defendant's vehicle?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that they stayed at the same home? Does that change your opinion in any way?
As far as forensic reports, what, if anything, were you provided in reference to that, other than the initial crime scene report?
Did you get a Dell?
Are you talking about specific to the scene or forensic reports to the body?
Forensic reports specific to the evidence that was recovered from the scene and from the defendant's vehicle.
Only what would be listed in the report.
Yep. Our chat is moving quickly, but I saw somebody comment, this is the best chat on the internet. Yes, it is, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Now, you indicated it's one of the materials that you were provided and you reviewed was the EDR, event data recorded data?
The crash data retrieval report, yes.
Okay. Now, were you shown anything as far as a crash reconstruction report from a trooper from the state police?
No.
And the EDR data that you observed, did that contain any sort of usable data?
There was no events recovered on the black box.
And with respect to there being no events recovered on the EDR or the black box,
I'm actually really glad he's getting
in a
into
pedestrian collision, is that unusual?
It is not.
And why not?
Well, because you're talking about, excuse me, a very large weight difference between the vehicle and the pedestrian. So ultimately, what the vehicle is constantly monitoring is acceleration, which gets back to a term called delta V. So when the vehicle doesn't experience a big delta V, typically the threshold for a non-deployment event where you're not firing airbags or any safety mechanisms, but the vehicle wakes up and says, hey, there was something that I potentially hit. It's usually at a threshold of about 5 miles per hour. So again, given the weight difference, we usually don't see delta Vs that high with pedestrians.
And is that in some...
That explanation was so much more clear than just about 99% of everything Trooper Paul said. It was just so easy to understand. Hey, and Trooper Paul never said what the threshold was for those events to be recorded. Hey, this is incredibly helpful. I've seen a couple questions in the chat for those of you that are just coming in for the morning. Good morning. Kathy was one of the more recent ones that I saw. Who hired this man, the Department of Justice, for the federal grand jury?
Respects, because what the EDR and what the safety restraint systems are designed to protect is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
That's fair, yes.
I mean, there are more innovations as far as vehicles that are more modern or released earlier that have certain pedestrian or protections for other vehicles, but primarily what they're focused on is the occupants of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, at any point in time, were you shown any tech stream data, Toyota tech stream data from the defendant's vehicle?
No.
So you weren't shown any data indicating that the defendant's vehicle was being operated in reverse.
The objection sustained. Next question.
The court shut Lolly down on that mid-question, which she does not normally do.
So with regard to the defendant's statements, were you also not told that the defendant told several people that she had just gotten into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe right before she dropped him off at 34 Fairview
It
Road?
should be
So
sustained
that's
as well.
sustained.
Yeah.
Now, with regard to pedestrian collisions, you're familiar with sort of the physics term, I'm presuming, doctor, as far as like center of mass?
Yes.
And what kind of role does the center of mass for a pedestrian play in relation to center of mass of a vehicle as far as how the two interact?
Really, Lally?
Well, it depends, again, on the vehicle structure. And again, when you're talking about where's the hood height, the bumper height, and the CG or the center of gravity of the pedestrian, that, again, will kind of dictate how they interact with the between the vehicle and the pedestrian.
Now, typically, a typical pedestrian collision, again, that we were speaking about before, is in relation to a pedestrian struck by the front of a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle than you would see occur in sort of a side swipe. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Which is good, because then I'll get to
In a typical pedestrian collision, that would involve more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking vehicle by the pedestrian than you would see in a typical side swipe collision. Is that correct?
If I understand your question correctly, yes. If the vehicle is striking the center of gravity of a pedestrian as opposed to just, for instance, a limb, yes, the center of gravity or the body will be accelerated up to that speed.
Now, with respect to the defendant's vehicle, again, you never actually looked at the defendant's vehicle, is that correct?
It wasn't necessary.
And did you look at the actual taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I had sufficient photographs of the taillight.
Did you ever look at the actual physical broken pieces of the taillight from the defendant's
There's
vehicle?
photos of all of those.
Again, I had sufficient photographs that documented the fragments and pieced them together.
And you're aware, at least, that the fragments that were recovered on scene were then sort of put back together and overlaid over the taillight housing that was taken from the defendant's vehicle?
Yes.
And through any of the pictures of the photos that you observed, did you ever see a piece of metal protruding underneath the broken and shattered plastic pieces from the taillight?
I believe it was a plastic chrome piece.
And when you were doing the testing as far as shooting the drinking glass at the taillight assembly, that taillight assembly was sort of held there by vice grips or something like that. Is that correct? It wasn't actually physically attached to a vehicle, the one that you were shooting at?
That's correct.
He's like, is there anything else, sir? Do you have any more? Do you want to ask anything else?
Now, as far as that, you're familiar with, there was a piece of a broken drinking glass.
Lally was just buffering.
Recovered from the same area of where Mr. O'Keefe was found. Is that correct?
Amongst the fragments of the taillight, yes.
And are you familiar with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA being present on those pieces of the exterior of a broken drinking glass located near his body?
I don't believe so.
Now, as far as
Melanie,
Mr.
thank you for the
O'Keefe's,
gift of membership.
Clothing, his
It's very
fingernails, are
kind.
you aware that there was DNA of Mr. O'Keefe and no one else recovered from both his fingernails and from a variety of areas of his clothing?
Objection.
That's
Sustained.
so outside the scope. Lally.
Now, from the crime scene reports that you reviewed, are you aware that there was human hair that was located
Smurf,
on
Anna, I have
right rear
not been
quarter
on
panel near the dent that you were
X
talking about?
for much other than Dave Matthews Band
Yes.
stuff? I did not
Are
see
you
that.
familiar, or are you aware that subsequent mitochondrial DNA testing found that the
Snarky. Was it there
mitochondrial
before?
DNA profile for that hair was consistent to a probability of 99.895% with the mitochondrial DNA profile of Mr. O'Keefe?
The defense is just going to get
I'm
up
not
and be
aware
like,
of that.
were you aware that they live together? If they even care to ask, because the jury's sitting there going, they live together, they live together, they live together. So.
Now, were you also aware that the broken drinking glass with Mr. O'Keefe's DNA on it was found to be consistent with the broken drinking glass pieces that were found in the street?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Were you aware that the pieces from the exterior of the broken drinking glass found near Mr. O'Keefe's body with his DNA on it were then found to be consistent with pieces of broken drinking glass that were located in the street of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you also aware that pieces of glass that you were talking about from the defendant's bumper were found to be consistent with pieces of glass recovered from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
Were you aware that there were microscopic pieces of red and clear plastic, about a 1/16 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch, that were recovered from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that were then found to be consistent with the tail?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay.
Now, as far as, again, you weren't provided with any sort of reconstruction report from a Trooper Paul from the state police?
No, I was not.
So you're not aware that he took measurements from the ground to where certain items were on the vehicle?
Objection.
The objection sustained. He didn't see the report. Sure.
Alan Jackson is getting frustrated. Before I zoom, Allison, thank you for the super chat. Allison said, could the things in the street been moved to the yard via snowplow, passes, or the wind? There's a lot of force to not bruise someone if hit directly. Yes, I think, Allison, what you're hitting on in your question is that there's a lot of could be's, and the prosecution's case can't survive could be. Like, you can't, beyond a reasonable doubt doesn't leave room for could be. But yes, I think there's probably a lot of possibilities here. What I really tried to focus on as we're going through this trial is, what has the prosecution proved? What have they proved? What have they proved?
You are unmuted.
What have they proved?
Yes.
And focusing really on what have they proved. And right now, I still can't say firmly it had to have been only that Karen Reed hit him with the vehicle. There are too many other could be's.
Here, were you ever...
All right.
Now, doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out of a garage and making
He tried to do that
with
already.
Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th?
No.
So are you saying that's what happened to the taillight now, Lally?
Now, as far as from your review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case?
At that speed, no.
That's a good question. Lally, that should have been your only question on cross. That should have been it. If you had started cross with that question, so sir, you're saying there would have been more damage at 15 miles an hour. What would the damage of the vehicle have been at 2 miles an hour? What's the normal speed somebody would back out of a garage? You said 15 miles an hour is really fast. That's a great question. Whoop, there it is. Okay, so the taillight wasn't damage hitting John O'Keefe's car and the taillight wasn't damage hitting John O'Keefe. Okay. So Lally, again, you're spending your prosecuting time disproving the defense. 10-4. 10-4. You should be done now.
Then we can do our 2 o'clock.
I don't know what the court is talking about, but I think it's probably lunchtime.
So there were about 10 items that you were provided that you reviewed, is that correct?
Correct.
And a number of different items that I just asked you about that
10.
you weren't provided with or you weren't aware of, correct?
Correct.
Would those have
And
changed
again,
your
in your
opinion?
report, in the very first paragraph, you indicate, however, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further on.
Great.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
The FBI!
Wait, damn it. No, I wanted the applause.
Very briefly, Dr. Wolfe, you were asked on cross-examination a couple of questions about hair, DNA on the outside of the taillight lens, the taillight housing and glass material.
So this is
recall that?
redirect.
Yes.
Does any of that change your opinion about your opinions and conclusions in this case?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
Right.
What is your conclusion as to whether or not the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the human being are consistent or inconsistent with vehicle interaction?
Objection.
Hey, B.
Sustained.
Dr. B just texted to say they opened up YouTube
All right,
to see how
Dr.
travel
Wolfe,
was
you
going.
are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Oh! Good to see you. Hi, B. Dr. B, real quick, back up to the middle of this witness's testimony. He talked about building a freaking cannon to shoot glasses at a taillight housing to try to replicate the damage. And when asked, wait, so you build a cannon? His response was, yeah, it was awesome. It was really interesting sciencey stuff. Next witness is
Yes.
Dr. Rentschler.
We would ask Dr. Andrew Rentschler to join us, please.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to zoom till we get Dr. Rentschler on the stand. Yes, it is not lost on me that his name is Rentschler and he is an accident reconstructionist. They are approaching probably to talk about scheduling. I wonder if the judge is going to push lunch off a little bit to, which, you know, is whatever, because this is probably the defense's last witness. If the judge is going to push lunch out a little bit to attempt, here, let me pull this up so we can deal with travel Wi-Fi. If the judge is going to push lunch back a little bit to attempt to finish this witness and let the defense finish their case, because I think that is where we're getting to it with the defense being done.
You
with
are
their case.
unmuted.
Can we go a little past 1 to keep going with this, if that's okay? Everybody's nodding.
Yeah,
All
they're
right.
going to go a little past the lunch hour so that they can finish this witness or try to. They're not going to close today. So for those of you asking, closing after lunch, no. They are going to. The Commonwealth may have a rebuttal witness. They may not, but they still have to talk jury instructions and finalize those. So I think they will, if everything goes smoothly, I think they will get to closing tomorrow morning, which means we could have a verdict tomorrow.
Yes.
Which means if you don't
Dr.,
have the
could you please
laundry
state
now's
your
the
first and
time.
last name, spelling your last name for the record, please.
Certainly. Andrew Rentschler, Rentschler.
And what do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
We're good
And
to
who do you
glad
work
to see you,
for?
sir.
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
How long have you been in that position as
Okay.
the?
I've
or
not had to
working
turn the
for
court
ARCA?
down at all, but he's
I've been
loud.
with ARCA for about 16 and a half years
We
now.
love how you
indicated
project,
that you're
sir,
the
but
director
also-
of biomechanics and human factors. Is that right?
I am. I'm a vice president and the director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
Can you tell us what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform your duties as the director for biomechanics and human factors?
Sure. Well, I've got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in
Right.
1995.
Because he was smart.
I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanical engineering from the University of Pittsburgh in 2000.
Sorry, I was
2002.
trying to grab those.
And then I went to get my doctorate or my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Doctor, do you specialize in research and analysis to evaluate specifically the study of the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes, sir.
And when I say crash injuries, we're talking about to human beings.
That's right. Injuries to human beings, whether it be, in a crash, motor vehicle accident, slip and fall, industrial, any type of setting where there's an injury to the human body. I evaluate basically that event and the mechanisms
NHL.
responsible for producing those types of injuries.
Doctor, does it also include the study of and understanding of human kinematics
It does, yes.
as well as human tolerances?
Yes, sir.
We all know what tolerances mean. What does kinematics mean?
So kinematics is really just the motion of the human body. And it's the study of the human body, how the body moves under different circumstances, whether you're in a car that's struck from behind, what direction will your body move, slip and fall, how will your body rotate and move. It's really looking at the motion and the response of the body.
Are you certified by any professional associations?
I have a PhD. There's no professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. PhD is the highest basically certification you can get. And I'm also a member of SAE, Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers.
Have you received additional training and education in further beyond your PhD and the associations that we just talked about?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe, without going through all the detail, describe the kind of continuing education that you engage in?
Well, I attend seminars and professional classes with respect to biomechanics as well as action reconstruction, but looking at new technology and research with respect to injuries. For instance, motor vehicle accidents, if there's new safety measures such as airbags, seatbelt pretensioners, auto detection devices on vehicles. So really kind of staying up to date with the current research and literature that's out there.
So your specialty, your
Your
subfield,
shit.
if you will, in terms of your engineering degree and education, is literally in accident reconstruction and the effect that accidents and incidents can have on the human body. Is that right?
Correct.
It is, yes. And biomechanics is really, it's looking at injury to the human body. So, we use traditional engineering principles and apply it to the body because an injury is just an engineering problem. Instead of looking at a piece of steel that if you know the dimensions and size and you apply a force, it'll bend and break. We look at the human body. How much force does it take and how does the force have to be applied to get a humerus fracture or an intervertebral disc injury or any type of injury? There's specific forces and mechanisms you need to produce those injuries. And that's what I do as a biomechanical engineer.
Is there a difference between a biomechanical engineer and a doctor?
There is, yes.
In terms of injuries?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So we really approach injuries from two different directions. Someone has an injury, you go to the doctor, you go to the hospital, the medical doctor will diagnose that injury, determine the best way to treat it,
Fix it.
and determine what the prognosis is. As a biomechanical engineer, I look at that injury from a different direction. Here's the injury. Well, how did that injury occur? What type of loading did you need to actually produce that injury? How much force was required? What happened to your body to actually cause that injury to occur? So we approach it really kind of from two different areas. And certainly the doctors diagnose the injuries and determine what they are. And then the biomechanical engineer will come in and we'll look at that injury. And not only how's it produced, but ultimately our hope is to mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring, whether in motor vehicle accidents, sports settings, industrial settings, and where there's an interaction with the body and the environment, we want to try and make it safer for individuals.
So you're not diagnosing an injury as much as you are trying to figure out the mechanics and the forces behind the injury. Is that right?
That's right. I'm not a medical doctor. I wouldn't diagnose an injury, but given an injury, I understand the mechanics of how that injury is produced and what you need to actually cause that injury to happen.
Are you also published in the field of biomechanics and or engineering?
I am, yes, sir.
Can you describe that?
When I did my graduate work at the University of Pittsburgh, I worked at a place called the Human Engineering Research Lab. And it was associated with the VA in Pittsburgh as well as the University of Pittsburgh.
Human engineering.
And so we looked at people with disabilities. Well, one of the big things that we did, or one of the major points, was people in wheelchairs. So if you have to propel a manual wheelchair, you put a lot of stress and force on the arm, the shoulder, the elbow, the hands, carpal tunnel. So we look at the injuries that are produced during those types of events.
And make better chairs?
How can we reduce the force acting on the body for someone like that?
That's
so
cool.
It's looking at, again, how the body responds, how we can set up a chair differently to actually reduce the amount of force someone might experience doing that type of an activity.
That's awesome.
You qualified as an expert in the past in the area of biomechanical
Amy, we need to chat with this.
I have,
about
yes.
Chairs.
In furtherance of, let me ask it this way: were you asked
Anthony,
to
right?
engage in an analysis, ARCA, to be engaged in an analysis of the incident?
For all our
that
wheelie
is
friends in the
currently
chat
before the court?
who are like,
I was,
"Thank you,
yes, sir."
sir."
Did you produce, or did your team produce a report about your opinions and conclusions, including the testing and the methodology that went behind those opinions and conclusions?
We did, yes.
You were not hired by the defense in this case, correct?
No, we were not.
You were not hired by the Commonwealth in this case.
That's correct. We were not.
When you started your analysis, you didn't know who we were. You did not know who the Commonwealth was.
That's correct.
After you provided your report, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Were you ever contacted by the Commonwealth?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
And you and I have never discussed the substance of your testimony, correct?
That's correct. We have not.
Would you consider that your analyses, your conclusions, and opinions in this case are completely independent of any party in this room?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been paid by the defense, is that right?
I have not, no,
Get there
sir.
a different way.
And you do not answer to us in any way.
I do not. That's correct.
Wait a
You
second.
indicated that
Who do you
and your
answer
team
to,
were,
sir?
asked to undertake a review of the circumstances. What exactly did you
Can't stop,
review
won't stop.
in coming to your opinions and conclusions and performing the tests that you performed?
Well, we looked at, there was police reports with respect to the incident, medical records for Mr. O'Keefe, as well as the autopsy report, photographs of the evidence in this case involving the Lexus, the tail light, the incident scene where the evidence was found, as well as some other documentation.
And you also worked with Dr. Wolfe, who just left the courtroom, correct?
I did, yes.
Did you two have sort of a distinct role in, although working as a team, a distinct
Sir?
role in making determinations and conclusions about
Did you help build the
the incident?
cannon?
That we did. There was a distinction. Certainly some of our work overlap, but there was a distinction with what each of us actually did and performed with respect to this case.
Following your
The
review
high
and
shorty,
your
thigh high
investigation
shorty,
and analysis,
sorry.
did you make
Thigh
any
high shorty,
determination
California.
so whether any of the injuries suffered by Mr. O'Keefe in this
Pre-Vietnam.
case were consistent with producing the damage that was seen on the SUV?
I did, yes, sir.
And what did you base your opinion on?
My opinion was based on certainly the medical records, the description of what the injuries were, the damage that we have to the Lexus, primarily the right rear tail light cover, as well as we performed testing to evaluate the strength of that tail light cover and look at the damage associated with different types of impacts. And also to look at the overall evidence of where everything was found, where Mr. O'Keefe was found, what the injuries were, how they may or may not have occurred based on the damage we have to the vehicle.
So did you look specifically to find whether or not you could determine the forces required for Mr. O'Keefe to suffer the injuries that you saw in the records, medical records, et cetera?
I did, yes. I determined in my analysis whether there was sufficient force with that damaged taillight in interaction with that taillight to produce any of the injuries that were listed or diagnosed in the autopsy report and the medical records.
What, generally speaking, what injuries would you expect to see in a vehicle-pedestrian
I'm very,
interaction?
very
at, say,
happy
24
to hear
miles
this
per hour?
evidence.
Objection.
Very
I'll allow that. Just
succinctly.
generally, Doctor, if you would, please.
Yes, Your Honor. So 24 miles an hour, once you get up to that speed, you start to see fractures. You see significant ligament and tendon damage. I mean, usually about 15 mile an hour impact is where you start to see damage to, for instance, the leg and the knee. At that speed, you're going to produce, if you impact the vehicle, you're going to produce upwards of 1,000 pounds of force on the body, depending on what part of your body impacts the vehicle. So certainly at 25 miles an hour, you start to see significant injuries occur.
Is that true for any part of the body that is struck, whether it's center mass or an extremity? 1,000 pounds of force because of the speed of the vehicle?
Well, yes. So force is equal, Newton's second law of force is equal to mass times acceleration. So the acceleration is going to be the same. It depends on the mass of whatever body part's being hit. So from the testing that we did at 15 miles an hour, we used a head form which weighs about 11 pounds. And that produced almost 1,000 pounds of force, a little under that for the head. So anything that weighs 11 pounds is going to produce almost 1,000 pounds of force. The heavier the object, if you get hit center mass, that's going to be even greater force because that's more mass than just 11 pounds. So the acceleration is the same for each body part. It just depends on the weight of the body part and how heavy it is to determine the force that's actually exerted on the body.
Did you review, in furtherance of your conclusions and opinions, did you review records that indicated injuries to both a head as well as an arm, right extremity, right arm?
I did, yes, sir.
Taking those one at a time, is the injury to the head that you saw consistent with having been struck by a vehicle at 24 miles per hour?
It is not, no, sir.
Can you explain why that is?
There's a couple of reasons. First of all, and the main reason is that to get the injury, it was a fracture at the occipital region of the head, which is basically on the back bottom part of the head. So in order to have that part of the head contacted by the taillight, you would somehow have to have a configuration or be standing in a manner that the rest of your body doesn't get hit because there's no other significant injuries to the body. If there's enough force to cause a skull fracture, then there's going to be certainly enough force to cause injury to the rest of the body. So first of all, you have to determine how could you configure somebody could actually be standing to have only the head impact.
He cleared that up really well with saying, because a lot of us are thinking, I'm sure, well, the head wouldn't have hit the car. Like, I don't know if anybody's thinking the head and the car collided. And we're all going, well, the head and the car didn't collide. The head, it seems to me, of the victim collided with the ground, most likely. Something hard, something flat to cause that, to cause the way the injuries happen on the back of the head. But what he just cleared up in the middle of that answer is, but if his head contacted the ground and the car contacted his body, causing him to contact the ground, then there would be other injury to the body. And I don't see that. So for there to be other injury from the car to the body, we don't see it. But how could the car have just hit the head? Because there's no other consistent injury with the rest of the body. So that's what he's getting to now. Sorry for the pause, sir, but it's kind of an action pause. I don't think it's the
back of the head. And even if that was the case, if somebody positioned themselves in such a manner to have that occur, you're still going to see other injuries related to that. For instance, with the cervical spine, over 1,000 pounds of force acting on the head, you're going to get significant cervical injuries, fractures, disc injuries, tendon and ligament injuries. So the fact that we only have that head injury and only damage to the occipital portion of the skull is inconsistent in this case with being struck by that tail light. And then there's also the evidence that we saw when we did the testing at 15 miles an hour, where we dropped the head form. So that would be akin or like a vehicle backing up at 15 miles an hour hitting the head. We had more damage to the tail light in that test than what we saw with the subject tail light cover. So if you're going 24 or 25 miles an hour, even faster, you're going to see even greater damage, greater fracturing of that rear tail light. And we just don't have that in this case. So both the physical evidence as well as looking at the biomechanical aspects of it are inconsistent with that head injury occurring due to impact with the rear of the Lexus.
Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of the head making contact with the tail light, it's an outstretched arm, for instance, at the elbow area of a human being, the person 73 inches tall, weighing 215 pounds.
Objection.
The objection sustained. Ask it differently. Mr.
Sure. Shifting to the arm, are the same forces at play if instead of making contact with a head, you make contact with an arm, an outstretched arm?
They are. I just explained the force is mass times acceleration. Right. So if the arm weighs the same as the head, you're still going to get that same force, almost 1,000 pounds.
Does the arm weigh the same as the head?
It does, actually, almost identical, because your arm, just one of your arms, including the hand, forearm, and upper arm, is about 5% of your total body weight. So for someone who weighs 216 pounds, that comes out to about 10.8 pounds. So your arm, basically your whole arm, is about the same, weighs the same as your head.
So is your analysis the same then if the arm, close to an 11-pound arm, made contact with the taillight traveling at 24 miles an hour, at 15 miles an hour, would you expect even more damage to the taillight at a higher speed?
Objection.
Allow it. Watch the
Maisie said, is there...
Yes, you would. If it's higher than 15 miles an hour and you have an arm actually striking that taillight, you're going to get even more significant fracturing, more damage to that taillight at a higher speed than what we saw.
So was the taillight damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm. Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to shift back to the head injury that you saw. Was the head injury that you saw consistent with falling backward from a standing position onto a rigid surface?
That's certainly one of the possible scenarios. That would create the injury mechanism. You fall backwards, strike your head on concrete. That can produce thousands of pounds of force on the head. And so that's certainly a scenario where you could produce that damage if someone was standing, they fell backwards and struck their head on the roadway or on the curb or a hard surface.
So I was going to ask, I think you may have just answered my question. That kind
On a
those
hard
kinds of
surface.
force multipliers require a hard and rigid surface or not?
They do, yes, sir.
So grass and dirt would not produce the same sort of force.
Grass and dirt, no, that would not certainly not produce the same amount of force as hitting your head on concrete.
And if it was grass and dirt with a little bit of snow on the top of it, what effect is that?
That's going to dampen and lessen the force even more so.
What injuries, I want to shift back to the arm. I know I'm going back and forth, but bear with me. Talking about the arm, if presuming a strike at, say, 24 miles an hour on just the arm, what kind of damage would you expect to see on the arm, irrespective of the vehicle?
You can see significant damage on the arm, especially if it hits at that taillight. Enough force to actually cause fracture of that taillight, that force is going to be concentrated at an initial point. And you're going to see at that point, you're going to see probably the most damage to the arm and to the skin there. So remember, at 15 miles an hour, that's about almost 1,000 pounds. So 24, 25, it's even greater.
Damage,
so that amount of force
bruising.
on the arm, certainly you're going to see extensive subcutaneous lacerations, bruising, contusions. You're going to see most likely fracture of the arm as well. You're going to see significant damage. Just imagine having your arm out and being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. There's going to be significant damage, more so compared to simply the abrasions that were diagnosed and documented on the arm in this case.
You did look at multiple photographs of the arm in this case, of the John O'Keefe's arm in this case, correct?
I did, yes, sir.
All right. Were the injuries that you saw on John O'Keefe's
You
right
guys,
arm
I guarantee you, on cross, Lally's going to be like, but nobody said to you that the arm was outstretched. And I'm just going to remind everyone, and especially if you're just joining this trial as it's nearing its end, the expert for the Commonwealth said that they think that the victim's arm was outstretched, that the collision between the vehicle and the arm and the elbow shattered the tail light, and that the hit to the arm caused the victim to spin and project. So this witness is like, nah, just not, no, just all of that's not how any of this works.
By vehicle in the manner that you just described?
Objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Chair.
Like, that's not how any of this works.
You reviewed injuries specific to John O'Keefe, correct?
I did, yes.
Taking that as a hypothetical, would the injuries that you saw, generally speaking, hypothetically be consistent or inconsistent with having been struck by a car at 24 miles an hour?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
We'll see what happens after this sidebar. I'm very curious to see what happens after this sidebar, but I think he's getting close to the end of his examination of this witness, because the damage to the victim's body was an area the court wanted to limit this testimony in. With this expert more, the court said they wanted a medical.
Yes.
Thank you.
Medical testimony for that.
If you were to presume, for purposes of my question, that
Phrase it as a hypothetical.
An arm was struck.
She's
by
allowing
a vehicle, taillight traveling at 24 miles an
But
hour.
as a hypothetical.
Would you expect to see patterned abrasions with no bruising?
Objection.
Or just, what would he expect to see?
Oh my
What
God,
would you
Your Honor,
expect?
you ask it then.
So again, I would expect to see significant trauma to the skin, to the bone, to the tendons. I wouldn't expect to see just abrasions, pattern abrasions. I mean, abrasion by very definition means that it's trauma to the skin, which is created through rubbing or grinding or friction. So it's basically something rubbing against the skin that basically wears away that top layer of skin. It's not blunt force trauma. If you have blunt force trauma, that produces a contusion or a bruising. It's not a laceration type injury where we have a cutting injury that actually produces a cut or a significant laceration. It's really just rubbing along the skin. So that would be inconsistent. If you have an arm that's actually struck at 25 miles an hour, you're going to have significantly greater damage, especially if there's a tail light that shatters. So you have the taillight coming in, it's hitting the arm, and it's moving forward into the arm. So if that actually caused fracturing of the taillight, then parts of that taillight are going to be pushed into the arm and likely embedded into the arm as the vehicle continues forward and pushes the arm out of the way. I didn't see any of that. Basically just superficial abrasions, which all appear to have a similar amount of force. There's not a difference. That's the other thing. If you had a taillight shatter and explode on an arm, you would have some areas where you would have very deep contusions or lacerations, others lighter areas. But when you look at the abrasions that were noted in this case, they all appear to be of the same force, generally the same direction, and the same severity, which would be inconsistent, in my opinion, with being struck at 25 miles an hour.
Generally speaking, do you look for consistency
I don't know what more he
size
needs.
of an object striking a body and the injury that the body suffers from being struck by the object?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, size is a big part of it, certainly. Yes.
Are you,
Did
sir?
do measurements of the size?
You guys, I'm sorry. It's scientifically proven that size matters. This witness has proven it to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that size matters.
The taillight, the width of the taillight that was shattered.
Yes.
And what was that width, if you can recall?
I think the width we looked at was maybe 6 inches or so.
In review of your, in coming to your opinions and conclusions, did you look at the arm of John O'Keefe just sort of laid out, straight out?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you see where the injury started and stopped, or began and ended, however you want to put it, in terms of size?
Yes, I mean it started from the upper arm and then extended down into the forearm, which was greater than 12 inches of length, where you see those injuries and those abrasions occur.
Did you come to any conclusions or opinions concerning the size differential between the taillight and the injuries that you see?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's saying the injury to the arm
Generally speaking, would you expect
greater
if
than
there was
the
an injuring event
taillight.
that the size of the injury would be consistent with the
size of the
thing
broken,
that
damaged
produced the
car?
injury?
Yes, generally speaking, you would certainly expect that. And again, you would normally and usually be able to see an initial point of contact, because that's where the most force is going to occur, where it causes that taillight to break. So you would have an area of severe damage, and then it would extend out likely to the edges of where it would contact the rest of the taillight.
From a biomechanics and or a physics standpoint, engineering standpoint, is it reasonable if someone is standing with their arm extended to be hit by a moving vehicle at, say, 25 miles an hour, and the body, the center mass of the body, to be projected?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Is it consistent, in your view, with engineering principles and physics principles that you know, if an arm is hit, extended, not the body, just the arm is struck, for the body then to be projected?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It's not, no. So if we have contact, your arm's out, and we have contact to the arm. I mean, first of all, it's a ball and socket joint. So the arm can move independently of the rest of the body.
Right.
So with enough force, even if you're contracting your arm and trying to hold it out as tight as possible, it's going to overcome that muscular contraction and basically just move the arm. But secondly, it all depends on your center of mass. The center of mass is kind of the equilibrium point of your body, of where your weight's distributed. And for most normal people, the center of mass occurs at your umbilicus or your belly button. So wherever your belly button goes, that's where your body's going to move. They teach this to football players, right? If you're a defensive back and a running back comes around the corner and it's you against him, they tell them, or they teach them, to watch the waist and watch the belly button. It doesn't matter what your head or your arms do or what their feet do. Wherever their belly button goes, that's where they're going to go. So that's what you want to tackle. So even if you had your arm straight out, again, we said it would move because of the joint. But let's assume you had a metal pole sticking out of your arm, out of your body instead of your arm, and that metal pole gets hit. What's going to happen to your body? It's just going to spin around, right? Because it's producing a moment arm, which produces a torque on the body. So your body's going to basically spin. In order to get that body, or the complete body, over, for instance, 10, 20, 30 feet into the yard, you need a force acting at the center of mass. You need an external force pushing the body that way.
So clear.
And that's not going to happen if you just hit the arm.
That's so
It's
clear.
not enough force. It's not the right mechanism to actually cause the body to somehow move that far over.
Assuming that a body was struck with enough force at center mass to project that body 20, 30 feet, what injuries would you expect to be produced on that body?
Objection.
Sustained.
If you did have a body that was projected a distance, what injuries from a car, what injuries would you expect to see on the body?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar the last time on this.
He's allowed to ask it. This is his field of expertise. If you had a projection that far, what do you think you would see? What type of injuries would you expect? I don't know. I know why the defense wants these questions in. I don't know if it's critical if they don't get them in. It's, I'm sure, annoying to them.
You are unmuted.
But I think the point has very clearly been made that the injuries of John
Yes.
O'Keefe aren't
Doctor,
consistent.
do you have my question in mind?
No.
You need me to repeat it?
Maybe
Yes.
repeat it, yeah.
He's like,
for you to say.
he's like, shit.
Assuming that a body was struck center mass with enough force from a vehicle traveling at whatever speed to project the body off the ground, would you expect to find injuries on that body?
You would, and you would actually see that there's specific injuries because let's say you're standing forward and you get hit on the right side with a vehicle. You're going to get injuries and damage to the right side of the vehicle as that vehicle impacts you. It depends on the profile of the vehicle, how high the hood comes up, whether you're going to wrap up onto the hood, or if it's a van or the back of an SUV, it will project or push your entire body to the left. So you're going to get initial contact and injuries to the right side of your body. And then if it propels you into the air, you're going to get airborne, and then you're going to contact the ground, usually with the left side of your body. So then we're going to see a correlation of injuries to the left side of your body as it slams down onto the ground as well. And at those speeds, normally you would also see more abrasions, greater abrasions or road rash along the entire part of the body as your body then would slide until it came to the point of rest.
Does this testimony make sense to y'all?
Objection.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Wine de Marie, I hope I said that right. Do you think we'll get to closing arguments today? No. No, we won't.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Probably tomorrow. They
Lally?
still have to do jury instructions. They have to work on jury instructions together. And we have to see if Lally has any rebuttal witnesses. He may or may not have rebuttal witnesses. But I think this testimony is the clearest testimony we've had.
Good afternoon.
Now,
Let me rephrase it. I think this testimony is some of the most clear testimony we've had in this case. I am sure the jury is tremendously frustrated that 30 days in, we are now getting to. So the expert witnesses, the one with like the degrees and the credentials and like the scientific process and studies and like physics, say that this couldn't have happened. On day 30, that's where we're at. The experts that weren't hired by either side, those experts are just saying this couldn't have happened this way. Something happened, but what it wasn't is a vehicle collision. Great. So closing arguments tomorrow.
you, in conjunction with the other doctors on your team that conducted the analysis and testing in this case, you wrote a report, is that right?
We did, yes, sir.
And that report, excuse me, was issued on February 12th, 2024, is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes.
You're going to just ask him the same
And
questions
within
then?
the first paragraph of that report, the last two sentences state, this analysis is based on information currently available to ARCA and is only to be only to be issued in its entirety. However, ARCA reserves the right to supplement or revise this report if additional information becomes available. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, yes, sir.
Now, the
Really?
information that you received and that you reviewed either individually or as a team, that included some state police reports, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Some Canton Police Department reports, correct?
Yes,
Some scene photos, is that correct?
that's correct, yes.
Medical
ask him?
examiner dispatch
Good.
removal report, is that right?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Some videos from the location of 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
some photographs of the defendant's vehicle, the 2021 Lexus LX 570. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Photographs of evidence that was recovered from the scene. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
CDR report from the defendant's Lexus.
Yes, sir.
And then essentially there were some other materials, whether they be literature or other things that you and your team of other doctors reviewed over the course of formulating your opinions in this case, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
I see everyone saying it's
Now,
asked and answered.
in
It's
regard
not
to
from this witness. It's
evidentiary
getting
materials
cumulative.
that indicates
But that's
within
not
the
a
report that were reviewed, you talk about
we know
the
that's been a problem.
lens cap to the taillight assembly, the taillight assembly photographs of that nature, and then there's mention of a black straw that was found on scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
There's no mention in the report of either Mr. O'Keefe's shoe or his hat, correct?
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
The
You
judge
are
sounds
muted.
so annoyed that they're approaching right now. So we're going to zoom past them approaching about the victim's clothing and the whether it was considered or not, because this again is going to the injuries to the body. I mean, we're
Doctor,
back.
are you familiar with a term called compression abrasions?
And Lawley, while he's on cross, and this, my brain just buffered, while he's on cross, most of the objections have gone to the defense. And we have seen that consistently now with this judge, that the objections tend to go toward the party that's presenting their case. But she seems frustrated. I think at this point, she's very frustrated with the prosecution because it seems that they've been over this a couple times now, and he's still doing the same thing.
Compression abrasions?
Yes.
Yes.
And am I correct when I say compression abrasions are essentially when direct pressure from a blunt object together with slight rubbing movements produce skin and epidermal crushing? Is that what your understanding of the term is?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with patterned abrasions?
I am, yes.
And pattern abrasions are injuries that show a distinct pattern that may reflect the shape of the impacting blunt objects that you may see with reference to injuries that are left by that blunt object. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Now, as far as in general terms, from what you reviewed, at any point in time did you look at a state police reconstruction report?
I don't believe that I did, no, sir.
Because they
provided
weren't
with that, is that
testing
correct?
somebody
That's
else's
correct, I don't
conclusion.
believe so.
You weren't provided with any sort of forensic reports, DNA or anything like that, is that correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
Okay. And?
You never actually looked at the physical car, is that correct?
I did not, that's correct.
And you're aware that the physical car, being the defendant's car, is still in law enforcement custody and available for inspection if you had wanted to? Are you aware of that?
I think I'm aware of that, yes, sir.
But you never made that request, is that
I don't
correct?
care. I don't need it.
That was not necessary in this case to inspect the vehicle.
Whether it's necessary or not, you didn't make that request, correct?
Well,
I don't remember
that request wasn't made because it wasn't.
if we made that
necessary.
request or not. We obviously didn't look at the vehicle, but it wasn't necessary in this case.
Did you ever look at the actual taillight pieces or the taillight housing, is that correct?
Not the actual, we looked at photographs
How
of
much
the
have you
evidence.
checked out
Yes.
for this cross-examination, chat? You're sitting here going, why do we care? We know why he didn't look at them. They already told us.
The injuries that you observed or reviewed in materials in regard to Mr. O'Keefe were primarily on the right side of his body, is that correct?
Well, sir, on the right arm and the posterior aspect of the right arm, yes. And then the skull fracture was a little bit to the right, the occipital fracture. I believe.
Also bruising on his right hand, is that correct?
There was bruising on the back of his right hand,
On the
yes.
dorsal aspect?
Yes, correct.
And there was also bruising on sort of the posterior of his right knee, is that correct?
There was a small bruise, I believe, yes, sir.
I'm glad the defense put in the picture of the bruise on the knee because they talked about it a lot. And it was a very, very small, like scrape or bruise to the knee.
Now, with respect to within your report, you talk about the numerous linear abrasions on the posterior of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm and forearm, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in relation to those injuries, there's a sentence in which you or whoever authored this part of the report, I'm assuming it's you, indicate that furthermore, any such injuries would be highly improbable if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a jacket, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe was not wearing a jacket other than a long sleeve sort of hooded shirt?
I believe that came to light afterwards. Again, it doesn't affect my actual opinions in this case, but it was a sentence added in there, yes, sir.
And so also within your report, same paragraph, you indicate blood and DNA transfer would also be highly probable under such circumstances, none of which were reportedly found on the tail lamp assembly or any of the fractured pieces, correct?
Interesting.
Correct.
Are you aware that DNA consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe was actually found on the taillight housing from the defendant's vehicle?
I am aware after we wrote or issued the report that it became known to us that I believe DNA was tested and some DNA was found, I believe a small amount. I don't believe any blood evidence was located or found on any pieces, but there was indication of DNA on the taillight housing.
Did you see how he answered that question?
There was also DNA.
You have done this one or two times before.
That was found on the exterior of a piece of drinking glass that was found right near his body.
And the thing that's so different about how these witnesses present themselves on cross, they don't shift on cross until Lally's attitude shifts with them. And then it's like, he's defending his report, right? Yeah, there's no blood evidence on it though. It was a very small amount of DNA. He's just reiterating again what we all know and defending his report. Look, I'm not here to fight with you, but my report says this and I stand by it and this is why.
I believe so, yes, sir.
And there was also pieces of approximately 1/16 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch of clear and red plastic that was subsequently found to be consistent with the defendant's taillight that was found embedded within Mr. O'Keefe's shirt.
I've been traveling, so pardon me for being slow with this. Trooper Paul said that in his accident reconstruction, that the injury to victim O'Keefe's arm came from the taillight shattering and scratching him. This witness said that would have impaled him, and we know that, or it would have pushed into the skin, and we know that that didn't happen, that none of those larger pieces of taillight were recovered from the victim's skin. They didn't have to be cleaned out of his wounds or anything like that. But we now also have the testimony that there was no blood on any of it. And we've seen the taillight reconstructed almost into its entirety. So they have the entire taillight. So it just isn't possible because there's no blood evidence on anything. And I had been thinking about the blood evidence from a blunt force, but I hadn't really thought about the blood evidence from it breaking and scratching him, because that's exactly what Trooper Paul said, that the victim was scratched as the taillight shattered because of his arm and drove towards him. Now, the impalement to me was like, well, it would have had to be debrided. Like, there would have been stuff stuck in him, but it wasn't. And there was no blood on any of it, and it was reconstructed. And there's not blood on his shirt either. And the exterior of his shirt is not torn in that way. Ugh. It's just so confusing.
Within the shirt, I believe, yes, sir. Not his actual body.
And so this is all things that you found out after you issued your report in February.
And that's pieces of taillight on the shirt, not the
That's
body.
correct, yes, sir.
And he was saying those small pieces of taillight on the shirt.
Now, when you were talking about the injuries to the
Chesney,
back
I'm
of
still
the
waiting
head
for the
of Mr.
Commonwealth
O'Keefe,
chance to prove their case is done. I'm just
consistent
frustrated.
with coming in contact with a hard surface, correct?
Yes, sir.
Would that hard surface include if the ground was frozen?
Well, you'd have to
like,
perform an analysis actually, because you'd have to determine how hard that
How
ground
hard?
was. You'd have to look at the freeze and thaw cycle, probably leading up to weeks of that. You can't just look at ground and say, well, it's below freezing, so that ground must be frozen. I mean, is it a possibility? It may be, but you have to go through an actual analysis and procedure to determine how hard that ground is and whether it could have produced those injuries.
You can't just be like, it's
It is something
Lally
that's
just
capable-
got himself wrecked. Sorry, you just got wrecked. It's like, well, you can't just be like, it's cold out, the ground is frozen. There's actually a whole analysis you have to do. And this is the type of analysis you would do. And this is what this analysis would be like. You would actually have to know more. That's a full own goal, Lally.
Being done by you, is that correct?
Performing that type of an analysis?
Yes.
You could go through and do it, sure, yeah.
But you didn't do it, correct?
No, I did not do it, no. Because, yeah, there's no need in this case. We don't know what happened in this case. There's no indication of, certainly, it's not consistent with getting hit by the car and ending up where he did, even if the ground is somehow hard enough to cause that type of an injury. Again, there's no movement and no force to get his body over there, and then the damage with the car is inconsistent with him being struck by it. So
Lally
whether
just
the
wrecked
ground
himself
could
with
cause
that
it or not,
question.
the roadway could cause
sir.
it, the curb could cause it, a bat could cause it. There's numerous different possibilities, and we don't really have enough evidence in this case to determine what one specific event actually caused that injury.
You didn't have enough evidence based on what you were provided, isn't that fair?
I didn't have enough evidence based on what I was provided, and even looking at the additional evidence that I became aware of after the fact, there's still no evidence. I mean, you can't deny the science and the physics as to what would have happened if he was struck by the vehicle. So anything past that, you have to somehow overcome that hurdle, which is very difficult to do.
When was it that you looked at this additional material, and who provided it to you?
We were informed after.
Lally just wrecked himself with this witness. Lally did more damage to himself on cross in a more succinct way than was done on direct, because it's cross. And this witness just said multiple times, which he did not say on direct, there is no evidence of this. There is no evidence of that. There is no evidence that he was hit by a car. There's lots of other possibilities, but there's no evidence of this. And you can't deny the science and the physics. That was all elicited on cross, Lally. Oh, you didn't wreck the witness. You wrecked you.
The report was issued that DNA was found. And that was really the primary issue. I believe that some DNA was found on the housing, which, again, there's numerous explanations or ways that DNA can get on a light housing.
Let me ask you this, sir. With regard to the materials that you were provided with,
wow,
was there anything in there that stated that Mr. O'Keefe's skull fracture on the back of his head was caused by contact with the killer?
No, I don't believe there was anything in those materials that stated
that. Is there anything in those materials that indicated or that anyone stated at any point in time that Mr. O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the vehicle?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
That's the whole issue. I wonder if the defense will use that in closing. That's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what happened in this case. He is not thrilled with the prosecution's case, is he?
O'Keefe's arm was outstretched at the time that he was.
Also, I'm not done ranting. Also, Lally is going. Lally's cross-examination feels like a less good defense cross-examination because Lally is trying to be like, but it could be this, but it could be that. That's not where you need to be as a prosecutor. It's not, but it could be, it could be, it could be. It needs to be what you fucking charged. Or not. If it could be a million things, then it can't be your case. It's just wild that Lally on cross is eliciting, there's no evidence of this. And then he's like, oh, but the victim's arm could be here. It's so fucking disingenuous to stand up on cross as the prosecutor and be like, but the victim's arm could be this and the victim's arm could do that. You had an expert stand up and explain to the jury that the victim's arm was outstretched with a cup. That's what you elicited. Now you're trying to back away from it? Stop. I want to hear the rest of this answer again.
No, sir, there wasn't.
Was there anything in there indicating that his arm was tucked in at the time that he was struck by the gun?
You know, there's no indication in any of that evidence of what he may or may not have been doing, how he may or may not have been positioned. I mean, that's the whole issue. There's no evidence to indicate what may have allegedly occurred in this case.
Now, a typical pedestrian collision that you
That's the
see
whole
in
issue.
the course of your work involves a pedestrian being struck by the front of a vehicle. Is that fair to say?
No, I see all types of different people getting run over backwards, cars spinning, hitting sideways, frontal impacts certainly occur, yes, but we see pedestrians getting struck by all parts of the vehicle.
I'm sure you see all kinds. What I'm asking you is predominantly when you see a pedestrian collision, the typical pedestrian collision would be a pedestrian crossing a road in front of a vehicle as it's approaching. Is that correct?
That's certainly not uncommon, yes, sir.
Now,
People
as
get
far
hit
as-
by cars in all ways, but not
I believe
like
you
this.
described a little bit on your direct testimony as far as there's differences in the type of injuries that you would expect or anticipate depending on how the vehicle interacted with the pedestrian in a pedestrian collision, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as far as, you familiar with what's called the sideswipe collision?
Yes, sir, I am.
And am I correct when I say that in a typical pedestrian collision with a pedestrian crossing in front of a vehicle, there are a
April,
number of
thank you for
different
the super chat
types of
also,
interactions
yes.
as far as a wrap and a forward projection versus a fender vault versus a number of different ways that a pedestrian can interact with the front of a vehicle, correct?
It depends on the position of the pedestrian and certainly the profile of that vehicle and the speed of the vehicle. Yes, sir. There's many different factors involved in it.
And so in a typical pedestrian collision, when a pedestrian is struck by the front of the vehicle, that involves more of an assumption of the velocity of the striking motor vehicle by the pedestrian than you would expect to see in a sideswipe collision, correct?
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, a sideswipe means that the person or the pedestrian in the vehicle don't obtain a similar or common velocity. So if you're standing in front of a car and it hits you, it's going to speed you up to that same speed and then disengage. Sideswipe means that there's not this mass-to-mass impact. By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
It also contained in the report that you at least co-authored, there's an indication that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, at least to his skull, the fracture to his skull, are consistent with him having been pushed or possibly been impacted by the subject Lexus and fallen backwards, striking his head. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, so that's another possibility.
Sorry, sir, yes or no?
No, let him answer. Let him answer the question.
So if we're saying that there's enough force if you fall backwards to strike your head and cause that skull fracture, well, he could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
Thanks.
Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further.
That's
Hey,
not
Dr.
your
Rentschler,
theory.
You are all set, sir.
Thank you,
And
Your Honor.
again, that's not the prosecution's theory of the case. The prosecution's theory of the case is not that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed got into a fight. Karen Reed was backing the car up towards John O'Keefe and he threw the rocks glass at the car. And then, you know, she was going to speed up and he took a step towards the curb and slipped, stepping over the curb on the snow and his shoe came off and he hit his head. That's not what their theory is. But this witness's testimony is there's not enough evidence in this case to show what happened. The injuries to the victim and the damage to the vehicle are inconsistent with the two colliding with one another. And there are infinite possibilities of how he could have fallen backwards and hit his head. Falling backwards and hitting his head is enough force to cause these injuries. That's it. This might be the end of the defense's case, which means they might not have any more witnesses. Let's see what the court tells the jury, because if they're just going to work on jury instructions, the jury might get to go.
Jurors, I want to see counsel for the last time at sidebar right now.
Yeah, that's going to be scheduling to see if there's any witnesses for the Commonwealth. If there's no rebuttal witnesses for the Commonwealth, then I think we're going to get them working on jury instructions this afternoon and closing arguments tomorrow. So fingers crossed, chat, and let's see what happens as we're getting into lunch.
You are unmuted.
Thank you, Your Honor. With that, the defense rests.
The defense rests.
Jurors, that is the evidence in this case. After all these weeks, that's the evidence that you will keep.
The defense rests, and the court is telling the jury that is the evidence. No rebuttal. That is it. Which means we're going to get to closing arguments tomorrow morning, I'm sure. And I think they will get the case probably at lunchtime. So we might have a verdict tomorrow. This judge told them, I will get you the case the last week of June. And it is the last week of June. So, Lawnerd app, because tomorrow I think we're going to be on verdict watch, because I don't normally speculate on verdicts, but I would be surprised if this is not quick.
The evidence in this case, after all these weeks,
Bev sounds thrilled.
That's the evidence that you will hear in this case. The lawyers and I still have work to do for tomorrow. But tomorrow morning, we will have closing arguments of counsel. They'll get an hour apiece to be able to argue this.
2 hours of closing.
I'll instruct you in the law, and then 12 of you will begin your deliberations sometime tomorrow. Okay, so with that, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please.
You know, I've had the song by Presidents of the United States of America running through my head. The We're Not Gonna Make It song, some of you may be familiar, some of you didn't grow up in the 90s, and that's okay. I'm sorry for you, but that's okay. And in my head, just over and over, like, we're not gonna make it. No. They're gonna work on jury instructions this afternoon. I am gonna put up, Miguelina, will you put up a poll if everybody wants us to cover them working on jury instructions? I am happy to do it, but I think that we might, I don't know if we need to break up the stream to do that, but let's put up a real quick poll. I can't do it on my mobile setup. Let's put up a real quick poll and see if everybody wants to cover jury instructions. I think it's really helpful. I think it's really interesting. I think we get a lot of information from that. But I also have not eaten. So I am making sure real quick that Uber Eats is on the way to me before I do that. The lawyers and the judge are probably going to work pretty quickly, I would imagine, on getting that done. So let me just order really quick so I can have some food. I am hungry. I was not hungry this morning. I am definitely hungry now. So I'm going to need to take a little bit of a break and get some food. So we're going to put up that poll. We're going to let you know when I come back after lunch in the app. I'm going to answer a few questions, and then we are going to take a little bit of a break. I will be a much happier human because now I am definitely a hungry human. So when will jury instructions happen? They are going to be coming back after they take a lunch, and then they are going to work on jury instructions with the court. The jury is dismissed for the day. Let's do a quick summary. Let me make sure food is on the way, and then I'll do a quick summary. Let's do that. So, all right. once we know we're going to eat, it'll all be better. And I didn't want to have to leave in the middle of witnesses. So let's do a quick summary of where we're at. And let me get to live. I don't know how long the court's taking a break. They will probably take a quicker lunch, but I don't know that for sure. So, all right, let us do a quick summary. I can't, you guys, we made it. Wait, we need lip gloss for this one. This is our last evidence day summary. I don't know what to do, guys. We're here. We've made it. And to everybody that just popped in later in the day, we're going to do our quick summary, and then we're going to see the lawyers argue jury instructions. So that's exciting. At the lunch break on day 30, the defense has rested, the Commonwealth has no rebuttal, and the court has told the jurors, we are now done with evidence. So the evidence in this case is closed. The jurors are dismissed for the day. The court is giving the attorneys 2 hours for closing tomorrow total. So 1 hour for the prosecution, 1 hour for the defense. That means when court starts promptly tomorrow morning, this jury is going to get closing arguments, jury instructions, and then they're going to get to deliberate. So I think it is very likely that we will see a verdict at some point tomorrow. So again, don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so I can let you know when we had a verdict. But I think we're on verdict watch for a brief amount of time tomorrow. Let's summarize what happened today. Today we had the last 3 of the defense witnesses, their medical examiner, and then the 2 witnesses that were hired by the Department of Justice, or as the jurors know, other agency. And they work with ARCA. They are the 2 accident reconstruction experts. I thought they were fantastic. The coroner, or the retired medical examiner for Riverside County, California, testified that this injury to the victim was not consistent with a vehicle collision, that the injuries to the arm did seem like animal wounds to the victim's arm, that the injury to the victim's head would have caused him to be unconscious and not mobile, and that it's just not what you would expect. Well, no, he didn't say it's not what you would expect in a vehicle collision. He talked about the fact that in vehicle collisions, you would see much more bruising, and there's no bruising anywhere. That bruising, the number one and first thing you're going to look for is bruising. There's no bruising to the arm. There's no injury to the leg. There's no bruising to the chest or torso. And so it's just not consistent in that way. The 2 accident reconstructionists were great. The last accident reconstructionist, Dr. Rentschler, the biomechanical engineer, testified that on cross, albeit, that the problem with this case is that there's just no evidence pointing to what happened to the victim. And at one point said there's basically infinite possibilities of how the victim could have fallen backwards and hit his head, because the back of the head injury with no injury elsewhere in the body except for the abrasions on the arm is not consistent with being struck by a vehicle. So a lot of things could have happened to cause him to fall backwards and hit his head on a hard surface. But what he didn't do is cause the brake to the taillight and hit the car. He said for the victim to have hit the car when the car was going over 15 miles an hour, because they tested it at 15, and at 15 miles an hour found significant damage would have been caused to a human body, and significant damage would have been caused to the car. He said if the victim's just the head hit at the taillight, if he was, I don't know, going to bend down into the street as the car was coming backwards, that there would have been more damage to the vehicle given the vehicle speed. And the reason they tested that theory is because there was no injury anywhere else on the body, indicating a vehicle collision. So did he say, could the vehicle have been backing up, causing the victim to get out of the way and slip and fall? Yes, it could have. A lot of things could have caused him to fall backwards. But again, the testimony is from the last 3 witnesses today, very clear testimony that the injuries to John O'Keefe are inconsistent with a vehicle strike to a pedestrian. And it was, I thought, very compelling testimony. And as to the ARCA experts, very neutral testimony. And I think the last line that I need to quote from the ARCA defendant was, that's not right. The last line for the defense witness, Dr. Rentschler, that I wanted to make sure I had right, because it is in my notes that are now frozen, was about the science and the physics. Hold on. I'm going to pull it back up because I wanted to actually make sure that I have the exact languaging. On cross-examination, Dr. Rentschler said very clearly, you can't deny the science and the physics. There's not enough evidence. And my notes to myself were Lally just wrecked himself. On cross-examination, Lally got into a lot more than the defense did on direct that was harmful to his case. But ultimately, the very last witness in a 30-day of testimony trial, 9 weeks of trial, and the last witness said, the problem with this case is there isn't enough evidence. There's infinite possibilities. Those injuries and that damage to the vehicle were not caused by the two colliding with each other, and you can't deny the science and the physics. That's what the jury was left with before closing arguments. I don't know how that gets much stronger for the defense. I think that's about as strong as it gets for a defense team. All right. Let's swoop. And Miguelina, will you let me know where we stand on that poll? I know the poll is up. Don't forget to vote because the poll is up. Let me get to some of your questions because I know you've got them. I do too. And my court feed here has frozen just a little bit, but 91% of you want jury instructions. So I will leave the feed open for us to cover their argument over instructions. I'm going to take a break for lunch. They will probably be back a little bit after 2 local time. What the fuck time is that where I'm at? 11. So I will be back at 2:15 Eastern time. Unless the court is not back yet, and then I'll put it in the chat. So I'm going to answer questions for a few minutes, and then I'm going to get something to eat. So law nerds, let's answer some questions, but those witnesses were great. So for those of you asking what next, Baldwin is coming up to trial, but for this week, not much, because I am going to be at VidCon this week. So for this week, not much for me. We have a quick bits for you today. We're going to do whatever we do tomorrow. If jury watch continues on, we will stay on jury watch together. And then we have an audio only podcast episode for you this week. I'm going to let you know more about that in the app. It's something you guys have been asking for. So that will be available in the app. And then it's VidCon this week, and then I'm going to take some time off over the 4th of July. So there is a lot going on, but for me, I'm going to be trying to catch up still on other cases we're covering, and then the Baldwin trial is starting the second week of July. So we're going to, with a brief break for me, we are going to get right back into the Baldwin case. So we're going to have a lot going on with Baldwin. So let us get into some of your questions real quick. And then again, a break and some food for me. Because I am tired from travel. I am tired from traveling. Tired from traveling. Carrie Olson said, my best friend actually sent me to this page and you did an amazing job. Well, thanks. It was cool to hear you shout out Annie Elise as well. Well, thank you. Thank you for keeping my mind moving through this trial. You rock. Well, thank you so much. Oh, where did our feed just go? What happened? Hold on. I want to see what happened. Why is it gone? That's strange. I wonder if the court has said that jury instructions won't be shown. I'm going to need to check on that real quick. So I'm going to need to check on that real quick with some of the reports. Miguelina, can you take a look and see if some of the other feeds are still up? I am worried that the judge is not going to allow that to be broadcast, and then I will just wrap up the stream. I don't want to keep you guys hanging and then cancel the stream. You know, it would just be so rude. Kind of like when the weather's rude and you go to a concert and you're super excited for the concert, but there's no cell service at the venue that you're at, Alpine. And so because there's no cell service, you can't really keep an eye on the storms, and then you shelter in place and then you get evacuated and then there's no concert, and then they reschedule it for the day you're supposed to be going home from VidCon. And so maybe I just do a stopover and go see it on Sunday anyway. You never miss a Sunday show. Anyway, these are Emily decision-making problems. Darcy said, I know it was snowing. I know people's homes, phones, and dog have been rehomed, but there's no evidence here or anywhere. I think, Darcy, some of that auto-corrected in an awkward way, which has been an issue on mobile. But yeah, we learned a lot about snow, the types of tables at the waterfall. We learned a lot about what everybody had to drink, what food they ordered. We didn't learn a lot about how Karen Reed did this. Mindy said, why wasn't the fire hydrant or flagpole considered? By the Commonwealth? Because you can't charge anybody with that. Sometimes things are just accidents. Sometimes they're not. But why didn't the Commonwealth consider it? Because the lead investigator from hours into the investigation said she waffled him. So that. Tiffany said, my son, I can't wait for VidCon, Mom. Me either. Me either. My son, why are you excited? Oh, is the Lawnard Queen going to be there? Don't fangirl her, Mom. Don't worry. I accept all levels of fangirling. I'll be excited to see you, Tiffany. My panel is on, and I'll put it in the app. My panel is, I think, on Thursday. And I will be moderating on one of the main stages in the convention center. So I'll put in the app where I'm going to be and when for VidCon, because I will see you guys. Y'all ain't right said, could a hypothetical prosecutor get better with some sort of continuing education? What, if any? I think continuing ed is not the most useful for that. I think there have to be honest conversations and watching other attorneys from other locations. It will help with the presentation of evidence should somebody want to improve. There are some attorneys from all areas of work that think that they are the greatest, and any level of input is unwelcome. It is not uncommon within the profession. So Lexi says, so when is your flight? I am not traveling the rest of the week. I traveled late yesterday, so I didn't have to travel today. Amber said, had my first court appearance as a lawyer today. Amber. Congratulations. Greg said there was no evidence was seriously the last thing the jury hears. Unbelievable. Yeah, it's fairly unbelievable. The fact that the prosecution knew that these reports said this and moved forward with this prosecution is causing me a level of rage that I'm going to have to process before I can express to all of you, because right now words aren't going to come out right on it because I am that angry about it. Sunshine 21 said she blinded me with science. I am nerding out with Dr. Wolfe's testimony. Thank you, EDB. Between Dr. Wolfe and Dr. Rentschler, they were fantastic. Loch Nessie said, what a trial. Jesus, it was something. Thank you, EDB, for helping make sense of this mess presented by Lally. He was not good. Glad you made it out safe of Alpine, such an epic venue. Up there for me near the gorge. Yeah, it's up there for me near the gorge too with I needed to bring fucking hiking boots. No, it was a beautiful venue. The crowds were fantastic. Everyone we interacted with was lovely. The Lawnards that we ran into were lovely. The weather was just such a bummer. But as unfortunate as it is, better safe than sorry. And one concert day for me is better than no concert days. The ability to take a couple of days and go see live music is not lost on me. It is something that's very dear to me. And it is definitely something that keeps me feeling my most balanced and good, even when I am tired because of it. The tired is worth it. Tracy said, it's mine and my twin's birthday today. That's amazing. She's kicking stage 4 colon cancer's ass. That's tough. And also fight on to you and your twin, because I know it is an adventure to both of you. So Tracy and Lacey, happy birthdays. Jamie J said, we don't have the evidence. We can't prove the crime. We don't have the physics, and we don't know how to rhyme. Alan Jackson will be contacting you for the rights for closing. No, he's pithy. There will definitely be those moments through closing. Stephanie said, okay, so here's my conclusion. J.O. slipped and fell. Brian Albert let the dog out. The dog saw J.O. and attacked him. Cover up was needed because Brian Albert would have been liable and the dog would have to be put down. Stephanie, I don't know. And I don't know if we will know. I think you guys have seen the state's evidence. What I have focused on in this case is, did this go down the way that the state presented it? And I don't think they proved that. That's where I'm at. I don't think the state proved that it went down the way they said it went down. I'm interested to hear closing arguments. I am trying to keep an open mind to that, but there's too many questions. And all the witnesses said there's a lot of things that could have happened here. So that's where I'm at, even before closing. And I'm trying to keep an open mind for closing to see if something changes my mind. I don't know if it will, but all the witnesses, including a lot of the Commonwealth witnesses, the case that they laid out where there's a lot of possibilities to what could have happened, right? You don't charge somebody if there's multiple reasonable possibilities. Elizabeth said, question, do you think the defense will bring up the absolutely not comments of the Commonwealth witnesses during closing? I don't think they need to. I don't think the defense should get into the weeds at all. I think the defense should lean into those last witnesses and be like, you know what you heard from this witness? That there's no evidence that John O'Keefe was struck by a vehicle. Something happened to John O'Keefe, and the Commonwealth and their witnesses didn't endeavor to find out what it was because they determined it was Karen Reed from the beginning. And that was the only thing they were going to look at. And shame on them, because isn't it tragic that John O'Keefe and his family aren't going to have the answers they deserve because of a short-sighted and sloppy investigation? You heard from these witnesses, and then go through the witnesses. He could not have been hit by a car. Every single thing they've charged Karen Reed with involves her hitting him with a car. So I think the judge is not televising their arguments over jury instructions, Miguelina. So we're going to end our stream after questions. And then if they start broadcasting that, I'll open up another stream and message you guys in the app. I don't think the court's going to allow it to be broadcast. So if another stream pops up though, you guys, if a court feed pops up, and I'll reach out to the court too. If a court feed pops up, I will start another stream and then I'll just message you guys. I'll message you in the app. So, because that I can do. I've got like 5 minutes. Not that Mickey said Zoom is my go-to after this trial for traffic, children, work, people, etc. Yeah, we just got to Zoom it sometimes. Quit lollygagging around the questions. We're tired. We want closing arguments. DOJ, thank you for the practice trial. The DOJ witnesses were really, really good. Kristen Stewart said, so wait, didn't he also testify that he didn't have any spinal damage to indicate he fell? So that means John O'Keefe was struck with a blunt object? No, he said that if he was directly hit by the vehicle, you would expect to see more injury to the spinal cord because of the force from the vehicle. Any hit to the head can cause spinal cord injuries. Any hit to the head with force that hits can cause that to go down. But no, he didn't say necessarily that had to happen. So let's see. But I will. Well, Miguelina, I wonder if the. All right, let's see. You know I don't love that feed. Will you check Boston 10? Because it looks. I don't know if the court is going to allow. That because. Here, let me see. Yeah, I don't know if the court's going to allow us to see the. We'll see. I don't know if the court's going to allow the jury instructions, and I think that that feed might be open and not actually going to be airing that later. So if Boston Feed or Court TV put a feedback up, I'll come back. But I'm going to break this feed either way, and then we'll do that separately because that channel will sometimes put up feeds. Their pinned comment is an ad. So sometimes they will put up a feed as an ad because they don't even have a feed into the court. So I don't necessarily think that that's what we're going to get. I don't think that's what we're going to get. So not that Mickey said, is it plausible that after cracking her taillight on John's car based on the video, the pieces could have started falling? They said there wasn't enough force for that, which is interesting. But here's the thing. I think there's a lot of possibilities here, but there's not a lot of answers, and that makes it very hard for a jury. Amber said, as annoying as the objections with no grounds are, this seems to work against Lally and make his objections seem more often than not as if he's just concerned about things looking bad versus a legit legal objection. There is definitely some of that appearance, isn't there? Dominique said, as someone who has been hit by a car, got a concussion, it was at a campground. They were going 25 miles an hour. Long story. I'm so sorry. From my experiences, I have issues with the state's case. And these witnesses really put a period on that today when they said at 15 miles an hour, this is the damage you would see. The state's theory is 24 miles an hour. It just does not fit. Julia, hi, Emily. A little insight about the defense tech expert. His name is Craig. He owns a business. And his wife hired me at my current job. It's funny seeing them in court since they are from SoCal. It seems that a lot of the experts in this case are from Southern California, but so is Alan Jackson, so that doesn't surprise me. The Great Big Geek said, if I may interject here, I have been hit by at least 4 soccer mom minivans in the Target parking lot. I'm sorry, by my house, since I have no mark, and since I have no mark on me for any proof of the event that would have happened, except for maybe security footage. Lol. Oh, my brain is processing that you're like, no, Target owes me because I have been hit by minivans, not a mark. Let's see if there are any other questions, because now my brain is starting to buffer. Allison said, I do find it odd that there was no inflammation to the arm, no time, but inflammation to the brain that killed him. So there was time there. So odd. The timing of that is different. But also he was in the snow. So I don't know how much the snow could have impacted the swelling to his arm differently from the massive injuries, because those are much smaller injuries vis-a-vis the massive injuries to the head, and just being out in the cold isn't going to slow down that swelling to the brain, unfortunately. Dunn said, when will the FBI results be told? I don't know if it will be. It depends on what they do. That is an if it's told. And I don't know if it will be. It may be, but I don't know if it will be. So with that, Law Nerds, I'm going to end our stream here for the day. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app from lawnerdapp.com or your iOS and Android store. If one of the feeds that we use comes back up this afternoon with a court feed, I will go live again until the end of the court day, and we will cover the jury instructions. I imagine the judge is not going to allow that to be streamed, but I will also reach out and ask the court. Tomorrow, I will be starting promptly for closing arguments. I don't want to be behind on those. So we're going to set the stream for 8 a.m. 9 a.m. Eastern time, because I want to be on time unless I hear that closing arguments are starting at a different time. But I think they will be starting promptly at 9. So I will be here at that time with you, and then we will be on Verdict Watch tomorrow. So 2 hours of closing arguments tomorrow, then Verdict Watch. I can't believe we're back, almost back to Verdict Watch. That's what we're doing tomorrow. And then we'll see how the week goes. This is the time to get the app, because then we're rolling right into the Baldwin trial. So with that, thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Law Nerd. I may or may not see you this afternoon, but either way, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. I'm going to get some food. Bye.
You can stay up to date with everything I'm covering and fast notifications on our free iOS and Android app at lawnerdapp.com, or search the App Store for Law Nerd. You can also follow me around social media, and don't forget to check out my podcast, The Emily Show, with quick bits dropping every Monday, summarizing everything I do here on the live streams on Tuesday and Thursday, for when you just have time for the quick bits. Thanks for being a Law Nerd.